It should just naturally start, right? Right. Okay, we're all good then. So why is OBS being a weirdo? Have no idea. Okay. Da, 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 da. Okay, so I'll just close this, I think. Hi. Can you guys hear me and see me and all of those things that we need to run a live session? Because this was supposed to be through OBS, but it said that I wasn't connected or something. Oh, good. Okay. Well, we're going straight through YouTube. So I'm glad everything's working out because I was like, no, we cannot have random problems. Did I do a laptop update? I don't remember. But hi! Oh my gosh, I've got to say hi to everyone. Also, I know NFS had to go away, but hi NFS. Hi Suki, hi Ritu, hi Freya, hi Anne, hi Rubies, hi Vico, hi Neko Neko, hi Megan. Hi all of you. Oh man, it's so good to see you guys, see your names. How's everybody doing? Um, when did I wake up this morning? At like 7 something, a little bit past 7:30. So I've been up longer than I wanted to be, but I went to bed early. So I've been up for a while and I had a very, very relaxing morning. What did I do? I drank a protein shake and then folded some laundry, which is my least favorite thing to do, but I just turned on some music and then I started painting just for fun. And then boom, here we are. You said you're good. Your cat's being a menace. How? What's it doing? Um, Hi, Kai. How are you doing, Kylie? Everything cool? Awesome. Yeah, so I'm very excited. I've got my fan in case I start laughing to death and it gets really, really hot. I've got my Universal Yums box, some water, got everything that I need for today, right? You said you actually have the day off. Yeah. But instead of doing anything with book club over in Discord, I'm here. Yee! Because Maya reading fan fiction. Yes. Yes. She has the zoomies. You know what? I love it when pets get the zoomies. It's like the funniest thing in the world to me. Just you could just be chilling, not doing anything, and then suddenly I'm like, what's going on? What happened on the inside that you decided you needed to just like go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? Also, speaking of me reading fan fiction, let me make sure I actually have it queued up. Me. Okay, I do. Because I decided to be a responsible person. Good for me. Sometimes, sometimes I manage to do things right. I also need to pull up some questions that I have. So, here's how today's going to go, just so you all know. We are going to do just like first start with some chats. I've got some Don May questions and non Don May questions that we're going to go through. Hi, Kuro. We have only two, but that's something. Two people who sent in artwork this time around. So we're going to look at their art and we're going to read, I think, first we're going to read the Erha fanfic because it's a really short one. Since it came in second place, I figured the longer fanfic would just be TGCF. So then after we do that, I think we'll taste some of my Universal Yums, and then we're going to read the TGCF fan fiction. Um, you're doing great this morning. You're going to be in China tomorrow. Just give me a moment to like put myself into your luggage. Okay, thank you. So your cats get the zoomies at like 3 or 4 in the morning. Not cool. Not cool at all. Hey, Cookielicious. Hello, Starchy Shillin. Pops in for a sex and wave, wishes you well. Okay. Have a great day or night. I don't know what time it is for you. You're cooking dinner. And we're your cooking buddies. You hate cooking? Me too. I hate cooking so much. Like, well, I strongly dislike it. So I'm like, we need to become financially wealthy in a way to where I can have someone cook for us like 3 times a week and make sure that there are leftovers. Then I would be a very happy Mari. Yes, this will be my first time trying it. It kept popping up, that along with Segoy Mart, but I ended up going with this, so I'm gonna give it a shot. It is a subscription. I'm not gonna do the subscription because can't afford it, but I was like, I want to try stuff anyway. Goes back to enjoying snack. You have mixed feelings about cooking. Yes. You finally got your first book of Fearless. Yeah. Wow. That's me pretending to yell. You wish to go to China too. Is there room in your luggage, Vico? Loving us live in chat in chef. I do need a Luo Bing He. Just go ahead and do it. Okay. Um, you love cooking, but no time or mood for it lately. Understandable. I mean, sometimes we love things and then we don't feel like doing it, and then the random piece of hair just goes over to the other side of your head. You're good at it. And you enjoy it often. However, it's exhausting, right? Because there's like the preparation, the actual cooking. It's just a lot. And I hate having to weekly come up. Well, I don't come up with recipes. I'm not a chef. I'm a cook. I cook. I hate having to figure out what we're going to eat every single week. And so at least I'm usually like, hey, hon, is there anything you want to eat this coming week? So that he can like hopefully take it off of me. And a lot of times he names like the most simple thing in the world. And I'm like, yes, I'm glad that's what you want. You said, man, IDK, it's a family trip. I'll try. Okay. Just let us know if we can fit into your luggage and everything will be good then. So originally, when we had this live, like I said, it was supposed to be through OBS. Have no clue why OBS was not connecting, but fortunately I could start through here. And with that, I wasn't going to be able to do any type of screen sharing because, you know, it would have been too difficult. So I could screen share today, but I also just wanted to let y'all know that the TGCF fan fiction that I'm reading, I actually have it in book form. Why do I have it in book form, you ask? I'm glad you did. Because there was a temporary, literally like 1 to 2 month period when I wanted to bind all the fan fiction I enjoyed. And the fan fiction that I'm reading, that I got permission to read, I bound it into 2 books. So this is part 1, and there's part 2. The other one I got approved for that I won't be reading today, I also bound into a book. So that's gonna be that. But anyway, it was a pretty rough job of things, but I'm proud of myself. I think I did pretty good. And I read it in here as well. Like I didn't read it online, but it was so time consuming because I was like, this is the time I could be using to read rather than binding what I want to read. So, but yes, the links are in the descriptions for the things that we will be reading today, and the other TGCF fan fiction I'll find, I don't know, some other time to read like the opening chapter or 2. Just really quickly for anyone who is here now or anyone who may come later and it's like, what are you doing? Because someone commented one day and they were like, I thought you said you were never going to read TGCF on your channel. And I was like, yeah, like the series. I won't be reading the 8-book TGCF series by MXTX on my channel. However, for those of you who've been here for a while, which I haven't done this kind of video in a long time, but I have a playlist where I might read a chapter or a section from certain books that I won't be reading on YouTube. Like I think I have 2 TGCF uploads, 2 Arha uploads, 3 SVSSS uploads, and then like some of my book summaries for you and for SVSSS. So this is not the series. I'm not reading it. I'm literally just reading the opening chapter for you guys. Okay. So I'm not going back on my word, but even if I was, wouldn't you be excited? So Anyway, um, let me see. I definitely missed some comments. You've been trying to order the art book of the future French edition. Look, I'm trying to not be broke. I'm really trying not to be broke. That's what we're going for. So French editions and all of those other editions, they just need to stay out of my line of sight. Okay? That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to be responsible with my money. So, did you bind them yourself or did you Oh, I'm sorry, I missed these comments. But yes, I bound it myself. I actually recently just gave away all of my bookbinding materials to someone in exchange for an original piece of artwork they gave me. So it's framed and everything. You wish you had the time and the materials to bind fanfics. I wish I had the time too, because then I would probably do it again, but there is no time. Uh, TGCF and Erha are long AF. They are long AF, but that's actually not the reason I'm not reading them. Although or have not read them. It's just that I already read TGCF and I kinda burned myself out on it with fanfic for 6 months. And then with Arha, I had already read it, and by the time I started this channel, I was rereading it for a second time. So and I think I was already on volume 5. So I wasn't gonna go back to start over a 3rd time and read it again because 'cause I'm just like, "Okay, I loved it, but not that much." You know? So it's not a problem that they're long. Although I do find that the longer a series is, the more taxing it is. Or maybe I just feel that way because Yuwu was so like, y'all know. That's the only thing I can relate it to because that's the longest series aside now from QJJ that has been read on my channel, which is one novel longer, which I guess it's less taxing than you. But I feel like the longer a series is, the more taxing it is on me. Like, just, yeah. So, Arha is furious at you. Oh, furious with you. Well, what did you do? What did you do? You finally read Arha 10 after a month of procrastinating. You know, I was very glad that you're going to Disneyland? Oh, let me not be jealous. I'm going to Disney World at the end of August. I just gotta wait. That's all. That's so awesome. That's super awesome. But yes, so I'm really glad because I was originally going to finish the story of Arha in volume 10 and then not read the extras because when I read them before, I wasn't really a fan of them. Just because I felt unfulfilled with the way things ended for Chuaning and Morjan, and I really wanted some, like, extra fluff with the 2 of them, and so reading about Xuemeng's adventures and stuff, I was just like, "I don't want this. This is not what I want." However, I decided to give it a shot again, and Brittany from Gay Watch actually helped me, and, I probably wouldn't have made it through without them, so I'm very grateful, and so I was just listening, and I got a different appreciation for it, the rest of volume 10 and volume 11 that I didn't have before. Would they like, if I were to read Arha again, I probably wouldn't read half of 10 like, everything after, I'd just read the main story, but I am so grateful that I read it because it was actually really good. So, yeah. You said you were so you read it all in, like, 2 days too. Okay. Actually, you know what? I can't even say anything because I think I read it in, like, 2 days as well. I think actually, yeah, me and Megan were reading it together, which was really, really fun. Although at some point I kind of just sped through because I just had the momentum somehow. You've been procrastinating reading for a whole week. You've been so upset about still being sick. Bro, you are still sick, Freya. Oh my gosh. Okay, what are we gonna do to get you unsick? Can we do something? Have you been to the doctor again? You still can't finish Arha after so long. You're in day 2 of your sister's place. Well, I mean, some things you just can't finish, you know? So that's okay. You said, "Wait, all of you?" Oh, I think they meant Arha. But can you please tell us which one you meant? Did you read Yuwu? I think that because they said they read volume 10 after procrastinating. So I think that's what they meant, Megan. That would be crazy if they read all of Arha in 2 days. You would have had to listen on, like, 3 times speed. Like, I don't 4 times speed. I don't know if that's even literally possible, like, physically. You've been to the doctor, you're getting better. Okay. Okay. What's important is that you're getting better, even though we would just rather you, you know, be 100%. It's okay. So, let's go ahead and start with some of these questions that I got. MC! Hey, how are you? It's so weird to see your name here, not in a bad way. Do not take that as a bad thing. But hi. Okay, sorry. I kind of just woo. MC is someone that I know through my work and everything in artistry, watercolor, and blah blah blah. So it's so good to see you here. We're just celebrating having 2,000 subscribers. So wonderful to see you. So let's go ahead and you're good. Good. So we're about to ask some questions, and I can't wait to see you all's answers. So, for anyone who doesn't know, you'll know today. But I want to know, what is everyone's very first danmei? Mine is Mo Dao Zu Shi by Mo Xiang Tong Xiu, MXTX. So I'm not going to go into the whole story of it, but definitely my danmei journey started on accident. You stopped Arha at volume 8. You may or may not continue. And that's totally fine, Ruby. You don't have to continue. I mean, it's a hard series to read, much like you. Meatbun is hard to read. You gotta really like have the tenacity for it. MDZS, TGCF, MDZS. Ooh, SVSSS is a first. That's really nice because that's like the forgotten middle child. Even though it was the first book, but it's the forgotten middle child. So really, really cool. You said you were looking for me, telling someone about my channel, and here I am live. Well, yeah, tell them to come on over. We're just doing, I've got lots of things that have been read. We're actually transitioning my channel a bit to more art stuff. But yeah, tell them to come on over. TGCF. So pretty much MXTX for everybody. During your uncle's wedding, weren't you supposed to be celebrating? You're like, no, I'm gonna read this book instead. Congrats. To death do you part? Okay. Anyway, Shillian. Have an official's blessing via Netflix, not realizing it was a Danmei. That happened to me with Word of Honor because I was trying to avoid the Untamed. Because at that point in my life, I was like, oh my gosh, homosexuality, like, I'm not against the people who are homosexual. I love every single one of them, but I don't know if I should entertain this. So I was like, I'm getting weird vibes from this. Found the trailer to Word of Honor, showed not an ounce of anything questionable to me back then. Started watching it and was like, I don't know. And now here we are with my views completely morphed. So, it is what it is. You were the bridesmaid and you were reading? Vico. Vico. Right, did you get caught? Nope, you think. Okay. It was a Chinese wedding. Oh, so that just makes it better then? If we're talking about reading, it's Arha. If we're talking about adaptations, it was MDZS. Um, you know what? I don't really think it matters whether you're talking about reading or just like your first dose of Danmei, period. So yeah, for me, it was for my first dose of Danmei was Word of Honor. but my first reading was MDZS. So now the next question is, what is your favorite Danmei? Mine. This is a very difficult thing to talk about, because for the longest there has been one Danmei that has been in the number one spot, and now it has to share with a Danmei that still is not finished. 1,000 Autumns by Monk Shisher, always in the number one spot, but it is also sitting right next to Changjingju, QJJ. And we're not even done. We got one more volume. Everything could just go south, but this is the new update. So, Yan Wusher, please forgive me. Okay. I love you so much. Yes, Cookie, I know yours is The Eternal Silence of Mountains and Rivers. TGCFU and QJJ. I love it when people have more than one number one, more than one favorite, because I feel like sometimes it's just unfair to be like, what's your favorite movie? What's your favorite song? What's your favorite book? I'm like, y'all, we've been consuming these things forever. How am I supposed to narrow this down? So yeah, I refuse to let go of Thousand Autumns, but QJJ has joined. Ooh, and Kaleidoscope, they share first place for you, Anne. Nice. You think after finishing Peerless, Peerless is in my top 5, but it cannot be my favorite. I don't know why, but it can't. You're bad at picking a favorite anything. I feel that. MDZS and Peerless. Hi, Shuri. Okay, so next question. What is the funniest Danmei you have ever read? For me, Peerless and QJJ, good combo. For me, it's going to be Peerless. If I think about the reading sessions, those were the ones, and I feel like I laughed the hardest. If it weren't for Peerless, I would have said The Disabled Tyrant's Beloved Pet Fish. But Fearless is so funny. Like, we literally have live moments of me just dying for minutes and minutes and having to fan myself because it was just too funny. So Peerless is by far the funniest Danmei I have ever read. More funny than Disabled Tyrant, more funny than what's that other one? SVSSS, which that's I don't necessarily view SVSSS as funny, like ha 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 funny, but more so just like satirical funny or ironic funny kind of thing. But so many people are saying Peerless. SVSSS the first time, I get that. Peerless and Copper Coins. Copper Coins is kind of funny. You're absolutely dying. Tongtian Kanshi. Okay, next. What is your comfort Danmei? That Danmei that you can just see yourself reading anytime, over and over again, doesn't matter what's going on. So, this for me is Thousand Autumns. It is the Danmei that I have read the most / listened to the most, but I feel like Salted Fish could become that. Can't say that's what it is. You said code TGCF 100%. Actually, I know that for you, Megan, oddly enough. So, yes, Thousand Autumns I can read over and over and over again. We're not finished. We're only halfway done with Salted Fish. So I can't say for sure. But after reading the first 2 volumes, and now I'm reading it again because I'm recording it for the top 2 tiers in Patreon, I'm like, yeah, I really like this series. I feel like this is one that I could go to over and over again. So, is that SVSSS? Interesting. SVSSS is not a comfort read, but it's like my crack for fan fiction. You just restarted it too. This is your 6th re-listen of Peerless. Liu, which is just awesome, you guys. Not a Danmei, but you love Define the Relationship. It's Korean though. Never heard of that, but awesome. You got hardcovers for TGCF because you keep reading it. I literally got the first one, and then that was it. I was like, wait, this is a trap. They're trying to get me to buy more TGCF instead of buy other books. Thousand Autumns is one that I have the most desire to go back and read. Yay, Kai Kai! You said you don't know. You're still kind of new to Danmei, so you'll see. Cool beans. Ooh, salt fish has potential. It really does. I'm so excited for volume 3 to come out. SVSSS is a good choice for a comfort read as well. Let's see. Best Danmei couple. Y'all. Sujo. Period. Hands down. Sujo. That's it. I have no other couple I think that meets them. Even though there are other couples that I absolutely adore. Sujo. Period. Agreed. Of course. No one is better, which is so crazy. Oh my gosh. So since we all agree, even if someone else has something that someone says Wang Xian, okay. Okay. Sujo is the best. So now, best fluff Danmei. To me, that would be the Disabled Tyrant's Beloved Pet Fish. That was just so fluffy. Very, very fluffy. Very, very fun read. Not just silly and haha funny, but fun throughout the process in general. I have Suzhou, Wanzhen, Jiang, Hualien, Petfish, same. Very bingeable too. Yes, I think I need to re-listen to it again anyway. You haven't read a lot of fluff Danmei? Neither have I, but that is like Petfish is pure fluff. Pure fluff. Like, where's the angst? There is none. So now, favorite gong. This one was very hard for me. Favorite gong, which is the top for anyone who does not know, the one who tops in the relationship. It's Suan. It's Suan. That is my favorite. I love him so much. Like, if I could just. Okay, we're not gonna say anything else. It's him. Tough question. I know. You said Yanni. I would have said Yan Wushi, but it's weird. When I think about everything like encapsulating Yan Wushi, he is one of my favorite characters in general, but he is not my favorite Gong, just like dynamic relationship wise, but he is one of my favorite characters always and forever. Like no one can replace him. Not even Suan, but Suan is my favorite Gong. I don't know if that makes sense. Like Yan Wushi is my favorite character, but not my favorite Gong, even though he is the Gong. But you know, Luo Bingke, he's so cute. He is cute. Wang Ji, Xuanmin. Xuanmin is a nice choice. Hualian Suzhou. Suan and Yan Wushi. Hey, and Xiao yeah. It's hard for you because you perceive some tops as bottoms. Fish is the fluffiest. Yes. Xiao yeah is solid, but yeah, makes sense. BTW, you look so pretty today. Oh, thank you. Okay, the heart was flowing into the screen. Love the earrings. Thanks. I'm trying to get comfortable with them. They were $30. I bought them from this little this lady who has her own like African jewelry. And I was like, yeah, let's get some long earrings. I'm trying to restore my jewelry collection. Suan and Wenjun, huh. Wenjun, is not a bad choice. Okay, I see you. Moshi, also a very good choice. Gosh, this is difficult. She really does look. Oh. Thanks, you guys. Those earrings are so cool. Thank you. They're really fun, like little tassel things, but they're leather? Who knows? Xiao Chia kicked Moshi here. Moshi is such a great choice. Oh my gosh. Like, oh, dang. You want to say who you I'm not gonna start with you today, Cookie. I don't know. I just don't know because I only read volume 1. So I don't see how. I started to say Morjan, by the way. 2.0, obviously, not Ta Xianjun. Even though they're the same person, they're still different timelines, different experiences. Even though Morjan still experienced all that Ta Xianjun experienced. Ta Xianjun did not experience everything that Morjan 2.0 experienced. But I started to say Morjan because, oh my gosh. Okay, next, obviously, if we go from favorite bottom, then we have to go to your favorite top. My answer, Shun. Just Shun. Favorite bottom. All things Shun. Let me just, I still need to make my shirt that says I'm a Shunaholic. Shunzichuan. Shunqiao. Shunqingqiu. Doesn't matter. Xilian. Xilian used to be my favorite. And Gumong actually was my favorite for a long time, but just Shun. Shun Xiao, Xilian, and Wei Ying. Nice. All the Shuns. Okay, we need a Shunaholic shirt then, for real. Ooh, Xilian and Aqiao. Nice. You love all of them? I'm not gonna lie, I really do love all the bottoms pretty much. Like, does that say something about me? About us? Like, if I have to choose top or bottom, bottom all day. Hi, Liz. Oh my gosh, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, here you are. Hi, Liz. You can't pick one most fave. I feel it. I feel it. Next question. Favorite side character? There's so many to choose from. I mean, usually the bottoms are the protags. Actually, that might be why there's such a strong affinity for them. Actually, I think that's probably done on purpose. That they're usually the bottoms. So anyway, favorite side characters, I actually have 2. Eunuch Wang Xi from Disabled Tyrant's Beloved Pet Fish, and Li Wei from Yu. Oddly enough, both of them are servants to one of the main characters. But I love their loyalty to the main character. I love Eunuch Wang Xi's loyalty to Prince Jing and to the fish, literally the fish, and Li Wei's loyalty to Mo Xi. It's just amazing. I don't know why. And then Wang Xi is also hilarious. So there's that too. Prince Jing's cousin and Shu Yan Yan. Ooh, Shu Yan Yan is a great side character. Windmaster, maybe? Mm? You said Gumong. Would you not consider Gumong like one of the main characters? You said that's so real. You love Windmaster so much. I'm trying to think from TGCF, who was my favorite side character? Hmm. I'm gonna say that I didn't have one. I think at that point I was new to getting back into reading again, so my focus was really just on the main shebang. So I don't think I have a favorite side character. Without spoiling anything for anyone who possibly may not have read TGCF, one of my favorite characters for very specific reasons that I will not name, but if you know Mari, then you understand, would actually be Junwoo. Don't come for me. Don't judge. Okay. Everyone should know that Mari loves a good that word. Okay. Just for anyone who may not have read it, then I won't elaborate any further. So, last 2 questions. Best smut, Danmei. He's very compelling. Yes. Wenning is a cinnamon. Oh, I love Wenning. That's a good side character. I'm not judging. His English voice actor is good. I watched it in Mandarin. His Mandarin voice actor is amazing. Yes. But before having watched the Donghua, I just I love a compelling character. I love intelligent characters. I'm trying to not say anything to spoil anything. QJJ for best smut. So here's what I said. Oh, and the females from Devil Venerable. Yeah. Oh, Chu. What is the Bones lady name? The very funny one. Chu Song. Whatever her name was. Um, I think the best smut explicit is you. The best smut that is poetic but also still to the point, QJJ. A very tactful smut, if you will. Tasteful smut. So that's how I separate those. Do you say case file? I have not read their smut. There was no smut in volume one, so no idea. Oh, Megan. Okay, so we're on the same wavelength. And said case file. What? You is great. It was Arha, but I loved QJJ so much. I don't know that I can say Arha, and I think, man, it's taken so long to reread it that I don't even remember everything since I didn't just like read it all together. But wasn't a lot of the smut in Arha depicting the smut of the past, which was usually like non-con? So that's one of the reasons I don't count it. Although in certain instances it was kind of hot, not even gonna lie. But just like for that alone, I'm like, I don't know. But Chu Tongxue, thank you. It was gonna irk me to death. Ah. You said every time it gets you in a weird way. I feel that. Yeah, I totally feel that. I love Arha so freaking much. Um, you say you smut is fire, but QJJ makes me blush. Yes. Yes. It just blush so freaking hard. So the last question, Danme related question, which I don't have an answer to. Which Danme ship do you think deserves their own novel? So side characters, you ship, and you feel like they should have their own novel. Oh, not the non-con part. The fluffy ones later. I'm gonna tell you, one of my favorite smut scenes is actually the consensual smut between Wanning and Morjan. And I was so angry that it took so long to get like the full shebang, not the thighs, but the full shebang. Okay, so yeah, any Danmei ships you think deserve their own novel? Not the chunk of beef in the leaf emoji. I do think they deserve their own novel, even if I don't necessarily ship them romantically, because that's a romantic ship I never cared for. But because of the complexity of their situation, I think that would be a very good novel. All just like one novel all by itself, not a whole series, but one novel. Absolutely, you can't think of anything either. Mm, yes, yes, Ritu. Okay, so now that we have done that, really quickly, I want to share um, this beautiful art with you guys. So let me go ahead and pull it up because it was just the most beautiful thing in the world. Um, where is my, you know what? I'm just going to pull it up from my email. That's how we're going to do that since, okay. So this first set of art is going to be coming from Kuro-san. And I hope I'm saying that correctly. I'm just going by my English phonics, even though this is not English. And I'll type in their Instagram as well, which is literally just Kuro-san. And let me show you their art. Okay. Share screen. Yes. Window. Okay, yes. Here we go. Yee! So this is the first thing from Kuro-san. And I think you guys can tell where, oops, where this comes from. This is copper coins. And this is so cute. I tried not to, like, I took a brief look to download them and stuff, but even though now I'm just showing it from here when I thought I was going to have to do it in a slideshow on OBS. But I tried not to look too much so that I could have almost a first impression during the live session. And these are so cute. Look at Shoshin. I love Shoshin so much. Like, this is so adorable. These are beloved Binghe. And y'all, look at these colors. I absolutely love the use of the complementary right here. And the other thing that I love is that this isn't like full blown red, you know, very, very, very bright red and Christmassy looking, but it's more like like alizarin crimson, if you will. But I love the chest. Oh my gosh. And just like the shadowing that you've got here, and even his mark. Look at how clear and crisp that is. And look at those eyes. Oh my gosh, look at the detail. Can you guys see that? Oh my gosh. Yes, and then like these like I don't know what they're called for your media, but like these dry brush effects is what I'm gonna call them because that's what it would be in painting. These dry brush effects are super duper cool. I love this. Thank you, Kuro. NFS. Oh my gosh. Let me let, let, Kuro-san, can you also please just do your oh my god, actually no, let me do it. Oh my gosh. There we go. NFS. This is feng shui. One of my favorite couples, even though they're not the top couple, they're like in my top 3, I think. Congrats, Mari-chan. Thank you. Okay. I don't have any words. I'm gonna just leave it alone. Y'all know how I feel about Peerless. And oh my gosh, this is everything. Look at the flag in the back. Oh my gosh, this is lovely. Look at the, wait, I can't zoom in properly. Look at that chest. I love the detailing here of the top of the pants. That is awesome. So yeah, that is the artwork that we have that was sent in. And I am eternally freaking grateful. Is this stop sharing? Okay, yes, it is. So thank you to those who sent. I really, really appreciate it. Give me a moment to get myself together. Right. Both of those were absolutely amazing. Thank y'all. We were talking about this in Discord. I absolutely love it when people share their art. So for those of you who are not in our Discord, we have a share your art channel, and we also do prompts, weekly prompts. But I just really like to see everyone's art and to share my own because it's so nice to, number one, see everyone else's style, but also art is good for your mental health. So to see us just weekly engaging in art, sometimes we may miss a week or something like that if we're busy or whatever, but I don't know, it's just so nice to see. So thank you all so much for sending those in. I really, really appreciate it. Anytime anyone wants to send art to me, by the way, please do so. Because I will love it. So, what did I say we were doing next? Was it reading Erha? I think that might have been the case. So I can actually share my screen for this one. So I'm going to do that. Are you guys ready for a little bit of Erha? No idea. Like I didn't write it down, so that's the problem. Don't remember my agenda. Arha, food, then TGCF. Thank you. Thank you, Suki. Suki's on it. So here we go. Um, just in case you guys want me to share my screen. We are reading. Also, let me just. He said food. I would love to do food. So, this is called Appetite, a very short little Arha Taidabamao Shutsuin fanfic by Pretty Dinosaur. Unfortunately, I couldn't put the approval link down in case people were like really serious about that because this is from someone in my little group chat we've been in for a few years. And I was like, does anyone know of any good Arha fanfics? And one of them was like, I write my own since I was unsatisfied. So she was like, here you go, read it. So that's what we're doing. This one is called Appetite. So I'm not minimize my live channel, but I won't be able to see you guys' comments for the time being since zoom in a little. There we go. Also put on my glasses. This one is a short one chapter read. It is 1,598 words. So I need to clean my glasses off. Oh my gosh. How am I supposed to read with these? Appetite. Summary. Chu Wanning has finicky taste buds. Morjan tries to feed him up in more ways than one. Notes. Sweetness and fluff to balance out the angst. And I like writing about food. Well, I was going to be like, gosh, another thing that's going to make me hungry. But we will be eating soon, so it's okay. You said, I'm so glad I finished in time. Yee! Here we go. Please excuse me for any blunders I may make. This is a cold read, but also I don't know about my voices for Chu and Morjan. I mean, technically, the majority of my recordings are cold reads as well. I read them and then just keep going unless I make a mistake. Then I go back, which makes it not cold read. But anyway, Chu Wanning was known for his finicky tastes when it came to food and drink. It was thought that he originally came from Jiangnan region, so it was not unexpected for him to prefer lightly seasoned food. Morjan privately thought it bland and unappetizing when he first became Chu Wanning's disciple, but as his feelings for his master grew, his desire to emulate his Shutsuin became so strong that he found himself wanting to share food from the same serving platters as his master. It was the closest thing to an indirect kiss as he was able to get. Actually, at Sishang Peak, it really did not matter if they had different preferences. The kitchen of Mengpo Lobby was led by a very experienced chef and a large team of highly skilled assistants. There was a large variety of dishes available at every meal to cater to the taste buds of disciples hailing from different regions of the realm. Sect leader Xue Zhenyong strongly believed in nourishing the body as well as the mind, especially as all sect disciples were expected to work very hard in service to others. So he was not one to skimp on food. After all, if you don't look after yourself properly, you could hardly be expected to look after the others, could you? Sishong Peak was not a strictly vegetarian sect, and most certainly did not have stringent regulations about diet and lifestyle choices, as long as its disciples and elders behaved moderately and did not act against the principles of kindness, compassion, and integrity. Morning meals would consist of huge vats of rice congee, with a variety of pickled vegetables, meats, and nuts as accompaniments. Soft boiled eggs and steamed buns with different fillings were plentiful. Plain and sweetened soybean milk were freely available as a morning beverage. Midday meals and dinners were similar in that steamed rice and noodles were available in abundant supply, sometimes fried or served in rich meat or vegetable broths. There would be at least 5 types of meat and fish dishes, along with freshly prepared vegetables and tofu. Clear, savory soups would be available as a meal beverage, as traditional teaching discouraged the imbibing of cold liquids during mealtimes, which was considered to be bad for digestion. The vast kitchens of Mongpoil Lobby also offered a selection of tea leaves for sect members who preferred a more refined beverage. Sushung Peak was divided into large courtyards, with disciples of the same master residing in close proximity to one another. Each courtyard was equipped with its own small kitchen and food storage areas where disciples could make simple meals for themselves outside of official mealtimes. The elders knew that growing teenagers were hungry creatures and needed insane amounts of food at all times. Disciples would also store their small personal stashes of fruits, sweets, and snacks in these kitchens. Wuchang Village had daily markets which sold these. Disciples were permitted to venture out to the village in their spare time so that they could purchase their own bits and pieces and to further acquaint themselves with the locals. Chuaning abhorred spicy food. It made his mouth burn and his eyes water. It would often bring on a prolonged fit of coughing. He also had a strange tendency to eat food prepared in unexpected ways, such as silken tofu eaten with seaweed and soy sauce, quite unlike the sweet tofu dessert dishes with mashed red beans and peanut balls preferred by the locals. As part of his usual routine, he would collect his food on a tray and carry it all to eat alone at a corner table in the lobby, with an intimidating radius of seats around him. Nowadays, however, he had Morjan to accompany him at every meal, unless he happened to be traveling alone on an expedition away from home. Their usual home was at Nanping Mountain, but they would also spend several months out of the year at Sushang Peak, at the express invitation of Xuemeng. Since Chuaning left Sushang Peak for good after his daring rescue of Morjan, Xuemeng had never been able to let another person live in Red Lotus Pavilion, even though Chuaning was no longer a practicing elder at the sect. It remained a private residence for the former Yuheng elder, and all the sect members knew it as such. Aside from the cleaning and maintenance staff, Xuemeng would sometimes walk through the pavilion alone, thinking of happier and simpler days, sometimes seeing ghosts of their former selves walking through the rooms. Xuemeng, as sect leader, had the privilege and luxury of his own dining room, but when Chu Wanning and Morjan were visiting, he would sometimes join them for meals at Mengpo Lobby. But it was difficult and confusing for him to watch the two of them behave intimately with each other, so sometimes he did not join them, but observed them from afar. Mengpo Lobby was full of chattering, hungry young people at dinner time. Everyone sat at respectful distance. Everyone sat a respectful distance away from the two legendary figures sequestered at their usual corner table. Xuan Meng was suddenly snapped out of his nostalgic thoughts when it seemed as though Morjan was strenuously trying to coax his Shutsuan into tasting a morsel of something. Wanning, here, try this. Chef made this specially for you. Chu Wanning hesitated, his chopsticks hovering above his bowl. He was being asked to sample a piece of pork liver. Ugh. Chef says it's good for nourishing blood. I want my Wanning to have pink cheeks, grinned the irrepressible Morjan. Chu Wanning glared at the piece of pork liver wobbling in front of him. He thought about it, then firmly placed his chopsticks down. No. 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 I'll vomit if I eat that. Why? The texture is like chalk. No. Morjan thought about nudging it against his Shitsuan's pretty pursed lips anyway, but he knew Chuaning would never forgive him if he really did throw up in front of all the dining sect members in such a public space. How about I prepare it for you with my own hands? Chuaning looked doubtful. I promise you won't even be able to taste it. You can even watch me cook it, and I will definitely reward you well once you've eaten it. A small nod. Morjan popped the piece of rejected meat into his own mouth. There was a barely heard sigh from a group of young teenage boys a few tables away. Those bold rascals were taking bets on whether Yuheng Elder would acquiesce to his belief or not. The next day, Morjan returned from the village with a choice piece of liver along with a few other provisions. He could have asked the chef for these, but he did not want to put the kitchen staff out of routine. Red Lotus Pavilion had a perfectly serviceable kitchen of its own, so he got to work, starting off by sharpening his knives and washing his hands. Chu Wanning sat at the corner of the table, Chuaning sat at the corner of the kitchen, ostensibly reading an instruction manual of some sort, but in reality, enjoying the sight of his beloved bustling about, all just because of him. Before too long, a savory smell permeated the air. Morjan had prepared a pot of broth bubbling away on the stove, along with his own handmade flat noodles made of locally grown wheat. His skilled hands formed evenly sized meatballs no larger than the end of his thumb, and these were carefully lowered into the simmering soup. These were cooked in no time. They were cooked in no time. Morjan sprinkled finely chopped rounds of spring onion into the soup and prepared an egg mixture for whisking to form delicate egg flowers. It's ready. Morjan readied a tray laden with two rough clay bowls of pork meatball soup, noodle soup, along with chopsticks and soup spoons. Let's eat by the pond. It's lovely there in the evening. Chuaning gathered himself and followed Morjan's tall figure out to one of their favorite spots. It was quiet, except for the enthusiastic slurping sounds of eating from Morjan's mouth. Chuaning was much more genteel. Morjan was very pleased when he looked over at Chuaning's bowl. Empty. No coaxing required. Did you put liver in there? Yes. How? Mashed up some with seasoned pork mince and made them into balls. Couldn't tell, could you? Chuaning did not answer, just looked at him. Then suddenly, a glorious smile bloomed on his face. So rarely was this seen that it startled Morjan. I will eat anything made by you. I know that. Wanning's always willing to eat anything, and I mean anything, made by me, from me, for unexpected late night suppers. Chuaning's mouth dropped open, speechless for a moment. Then he leaned over and flicked Morjan on the forehead. Cheeky. Morjan produced a little flask of pear blossom white liquor from his waist pouch and proffered it to his Shizun. Chuaning received it delicately, holding the flask with his long, tapered fingers. If you like, I'll cook this for you every month as a blood tonic. It isn't hard. Chuaning nodded, tipping his head back slightly to sip at his favorite liquor. The evening ended with a stroll around the pond, and of course, other activities which would further stimulate Chuaning's appetite. The end. And I'm putting a little kudos there. I'll leave a comment later. So, that was the reading. Oh, that was very nice. And I like the way that this was written. Very, very good. Let me stop sharing my screen really quickly. Okay. I know you guys left comments. You're hungry reading. Food as a metaphor for love. Yes. Yes. Speaking of food, I haven't gotten myself breakfast yet. Get yourself breakfast. Eat with this fic. Yes, exactly. Very toddler of him. Food can be judged to be bad by just looking at it. He doesn't want to be awkward third wheel. Right. Shremong is just like, yeah, I'm gonna just sit over there. You said that was so cute. I love it. It was cute. Cute. That was a nice chapter. Loved it. Yes, this was very well written. I can appreciate this. It feels like pre-dinosaur is what I'll call them by. But you can tell that they actually took the time out to write this thoroughly and not just, I don't know, throw something together just from being dissatisfied with the ending. But this was a very nice moment that they put in here. So I enjoyed that read very, very much. And I hope you guys did as well. Now, speaking of food, reading of food, actual food, not food that is healthy, maybe, I don't know, not food that would really provide the sustenance I need, but who cares about that? We're taste testing. So here's my Universal Yums box. Opening it. Oh. And right on the top, we've got this is my mystery gift. Oh, that's fun. This is Algren's Billar Oh, I can't read this, so I'm just gonna make stuff up and be okay with it. Sveriges mest kryptabil. Fruktombi. I believe this is from Germany. So, clearly some kind of like, not gummy worm, but something along those lines. So let's open it. I would read the information about it, but I can't because it's all in German. So, yeah, but they do have the ingredients, which is nice. Huh. It's nice to see like all of these natural ingredients. Um, I mean, some of them maybe. Oh, this is very nice. Okay, let me open it up. You think Swedish? Well, when I filled out the form, I think I clicked Germany, Japan, somewhere else. I don't remember. So I'm gonna pick this up and bring it closer to the camera for y'all to see. This is what it looks like. All right. Let's see if it tastes good. You said, oh, cars. And someone said they like these, so. Slightly difficult on the chew realm. Not bad. It takes a moment for the flavor to like hit, and it's not really potent. So it is a little sweet, but not like super, super, super sweet. But you can definitely taste the sugar. And sugar is also the first ingredient. So it tastes like sugar with a hint of other things in it. Very delicious. Okay, that was 3. The serving size says about 4. I'm sorry, there are 4 servings. 22 pieces? Whoa. I will not be eating 22 pieces. So this is actually good. This is not by any means a complaint, but what would make this better to Mari is if it was sour. So, okay, let me put it to the side now. And I've got my little map because the main thing was Japan. So, welcome to Japan. There is a tasting game on the back. Yeah, I don't feel like playing that right now. Okay, very fun information that we don't need to go through. Okay, anyway, the point is the tasting, not necessarily everything else. They also sent me stickers, but I will show you just in case anyone wants to get this. So they have this little map of Japan with pieces of information about specific areas. And then on the back, there is a Yum scoreboard. So here are all the snacks. And I guess I can score them. So yeah, I'll do that then. Once I find a writing utensil. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, right, stickers. Yeah, I'm kind of like, what am I gonna do with these though? Also, try everything or wear this. Someone picking their nose. If I don't try everything, I have to wear this. And then it also came with a little booklet, just so you guys know, in which it's talking about like different things. Okay, and it even has information on each of the snacks that will be eaten. Very nice. Huh. Okay, I'll check. Oh, and it has some recipes in here. Whoa. It has some Japanese tuna onigiri, Japanese rice balls, yakisoba, matcha nama chocolate. Whoa. And all of the nutritional facts. So if you are concerned about what they are because you can't read them or so, oh no, they're in English on here too. Never mind. So let's go ahead now and start with I'm trying to go in order. Whatever. Unless I'm seeing this wrong. Hold on. You know what? I'm not gonna worry too much about it. This is the first thing that I grabbed. Okay. This is the ramen snack. Red chili. Okay. Crunchy. I love crunchy things. You said greatly appreciate that, right? Because sometimes like we want to try things and it's like, oh my gosh, like what's in it? Which I will say, I mean, once you've bought it, like you don't see the ingredients before you buy, which can be problematic if you have certain restrictions. But at the same time, you said you're not a spicy girl. I think they gave the option to pick, like they showed underneath every country, it said like spicy, umami, this or that to kind of let you know snacks to kill chew on it. So let's go ahead. This has 2.5 servings in it. You know what? Not today. Okay, apparently today. Where are my scissors? All right, they broke. Back to struggling to get this open. Okay, we're doing it. I need to buy new scissors. Okay, right. It is packed good. Don't have to worry about it being like punctured. Okay, so there's not much of a smell. Very, very light smell. Like it smells like tortilla chips or noodles, but just like the natural scent. Not like super duper seasoned like when you open up a bag of Doritos or hot fries or something. So this is what it looks like. It's got these little ripple effects. Very nice. Okay. R.I.P. Mari scissors. I wish I could show them to you because it was pretty epic the way they broke when I was cutting something I shouldn't have been cutting. But anyway. Oh, wow. How do I not smell what I'm tasting? Oh my god. These would not kill Chewani. Oh my gosh. These are not overly spicy. But I guess I'm not really the best gauge for that. Because sometimes I'll say something's not spicy and then my husband tries it and he's like, I feel a little kick, but it's not too spicy. A little kick. Okay. Very nice. Nice salty flavor with a little bit of a kick. It does taste like a ramen snack. Like it tastes like a hard piece of ramen rather than the actual ramen. Lonnie can't handle that. And there's not like a whole bunch of residue left on my fingers. Even though it was a little, but this was actually very good. Yeah, this whole fire breathing thing right here, I disagree. Next. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to rank it. I guess I can give it up to 4 hearts. I'll give this 4 hearts. The first thing that I tried, right, that was not Japan, so it's not on here. Okay. I see chocolate. I can't read this, but shimmy choco corn. These look really fun. You'd be like, oh, it's got a little bit of warmth, and my partner would be like, eyes watering. So chocolate. I'm gonna drink a little bit of water because I can still taste the other snack. I'm very excited to try these. Like, look at that. That looks so fun, right? It looks cute. Also packaged with the same feeling of material. They also have a couple expressions here. So I can say wa oishi, which means wow, delicious. And then they have a daijubu desu. So, okay. And then sore wa hidoi. Also, I'm sorry if I'm saying those wrong. I don't speak Japanese, which is that's hard. So far, I would say that the Swedish snack was daijubu desu. Okay. The first Japanese snack, I would say, wa hoishi. So, oopsie. So now we're on to this. Oh, smells chocolatey, but doesn't smell like sugary. Just smells chocolatey. So here we go. Let me see if I can get. Nope, that doesn't help. Oh, there we go. I'm not gonna lie. It kind of looks funny and crusty, but it does look like cereal. Yes. It does not feel like cereal. Mm. 2 servings, 15 pieces. Okay. I like this. It kind of reminds me of, it's like a cross between a puff. No, it's like a chocolate puff. That's what it feels like. And you taste the chocolate, but it's not overly, again, not overly sweet, but still satisfying, like a little bit of that craving for something sweet. I feel like if this was made in America, it would be very, very chocolatey and sugary. Like sugar would be the first ingredient. Here, compound chocolate is the first ingredient, then sugar, then whole milk powder, cocoa mass, cocoa processed, corn, whole wheat flour, sugar. Yeah, all of these things. There would be so many more ingredients if we were in America. So I think I will give this 3 hearts out of 4. Yeah. Next, we've got animals. Oh my gosh, if these are animal crackers, I'm going to lose my mind. You said, I think you got most of them right. Leave out the U while pronouncing. So, Daijob, wouldn't it be like Daijobu? Like not, maybe not Daijobu, but which I don't think I did that. Daijobu desu? So not that? Right, it is so cute. Let's see. Contains wheat, fish, tuna, bonito, milk, soy, sesame. Okay. I don't have any allergies, so it doesn't even matter. Oh, and that word specifically. So then, daijubu desu. Okay, got it. Oh, actually, you know what? That makes sense because this Japanese girl just told me watashi wa mari desu. Yes, obviously. You have allergies? Oh no. Okay, these were not animal crackers. I don't know. Are these savory or sweet? This is a sparrow. Nice. You can say the U in des, but most of the time it's dropped off. Oh, okay. Okay. This is a tortoise. So, I feel like these are Japan's version of animal crackers. That's what this feels like. And every time I eat animal crackers, I just have to. I can't remember the composer's name, but animal crackers and cocoa to drink. That is the finest of suppers, I think. Okay, sorry. think I can always insist upon these. So I'm actually going to say that even though maybe if I eat more, it'll grow on me. Hold on. Oh, I didn't even show y'all what that one was. Oops. Well, here's this one. A Lynx. Yeah, that's not the song I think of. It was a song I did while in college. Okay. I think I'm gonna say these are good, but I would put them more so in the Daijobu des category. Where is it? So I don't know. 3 stars feels too high. 2 stars feels too low. So I'm gonna give it like 2.5 hearts. Okay. Next, how much do we have left? We're working our way through. Next, we have Japanese rice crackers. Very interesting packaging. This, which finger? This little thing looks interesting. So let's see. And because it's smaller, it's harder to open. Boy. Because I don't want to break it. I'm going to go grab some other cereal. Cereal? Scissors. Be right back. I think I can always insist upon these. Okay. Good. Yeah, I did not want to break this. So yeah, just a rice cracker. Feels a bit weird. What a big screen. It's a cracker. I'm not really a big cracker eater, not by itself. So for that, Daijobu desu. Yeah, that was kind of mid. I'm not even gonna lie. That gets 1.5 hearts. Thank you, Suki. Oh no, you have to leave in a couple minutes. That's okay. Thank you for staying as long as you could. You can always come back and watch the TGCF later when you leave. And the TGCF reading. Also, while we're doing this, it isn't like we can't hold conversation. So a question I have for you guys is, what book sparked your love of reading? And when I pull that out, we've got this new snack here. Mini asparagus shaped. I hope it's not asparagus taste. But we shall see. What are the ingredients? Okay, no asparagus in here. We're rolling. Don May in general. She sang the Animal Cracker song. For me, it was actually, it wasn't MDZS, even though it was my first. I would say it was Thousand Autumns that like because I read MDZS and I was like, oh, that was very good. Let me try another book. But Thousand Autumns is what like sent me over it, because I hadn't read for a long time after going to college. you know, losing my desire to read. So here's this snack. Let's see. Black sesame biscuit. That's some huge crunching. Like, I hear it in my head. Can y'all hear it? I don't know if I want that. These are okay. Vegetable. Sure. I'll give them 2. Sometimes they taste a little more salty and sometimes a little more sweet. I feel like the aftertaste is the sweet. So it's very nice. I'm trying to think of something to compare them to. Actually, I would compare these to animal crackers as well. Not necessarily when you're first eating them, but the aftertaste that you get. It's very animal crackery. Crunch. Side of your home library, SVSSS, Donme in general. Yeah. You read books practically all your life. Okay. Crunchy. You read Apothecary Diaries. Whoa. And then TGCF and Never Look Back. Not Donme related, but so these are not Donme related questions. These are just like book talk questions. Talk, TALK, not talk, TOK. Yeah, but we're just talking. So it doesn't matter if it's Donme or not Donme. But you said Warbreaker by Brandon Sanderson. Help you get back into reading after college. And then Donme, boom, boom. Yeah. So yeah, let's see. The next question. Do you keep books after you read them or do you get rid of them? My answer, keep. Okay. Mini little library over here. Thank you very much. And we're pulling out a treat. I think I've had this before when I tried another box, when I tried my Doki Doki box. So I'm actually going to set that to the side because I think I might eat that whole thing. Not even going to lie. You said keep, 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 keep. Next, we are trying the caramel butter and cream flavor. Made with cream from Hokkaido. Okay. Well, apparently this is 1 serving size, for the whole pack. Interesting. Okay, so a snack where we could eat the whole thing and be fine. So a lot of people are saying keep. Who would get rid of books? I don't know. I mean, I guess some people would get rid of them, which I guess I get. Like, especially if you run out of room, like you have to get rid of books at some point, depending on if people like or don't like clutter. So what if I want to reread them? The crazy thing is, for the most part, I have no desire to reread books, but I just don't like to get rid of them. I think maybe I've just got attachment issues. You said cows moo. Keep. Oh no. Oh, and they're in little separate packages as well, so that's nice. I would run out of space if I don't put books away. Well, you smell the caramel. Here it is. So this is going to be hard on the teeth. I just feel that. I mean, possibly not. There was some Asian treat I tried last time that was like a Starburst or something, but it wasn't on the teeth as bad. So who knows? Oh, it's very caramelly. Okay. I'm not a fan of just straight up caramel. Hold on. Okay. 1 second. We're just gonna We're just gonna do that. It's not that it's nasty, but I do not like eating straight up caramel. So it doesn't really deserve sore wa hidoi, but I'm just gonna say it. It's a bit intense. Caramel is too sweet for me. Caramel are a lot. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I like salted caramel treats. Yeah, that was intense. But anyone who likes just flat out caramel, I think they'll like that. So that literally gets one heart for me. It tasted very caramelly. It was very soft. I also just did not like the aspect of having to choose so much. So um yes, Megan. Usually if I'm going to have caramel, it has to have chocolate. Dark chocolate or milk chocolate, but just flat out caramel? No. So, next question. Do you, without regard to the fact that when we're reading unfinished series, we may have to wait unless you find it somewhere, do you read an entire series back to back, or do you break it up in between books if you have the option? Like, do you feel like you need to take a break in between each book, go to something else, or do you just like to go through a series? I hate too much chewing too. Yeah. It's needed. The chocolate needed to balance that out. I personally prefer to just read all the way through if I can. I don't think there's really been a series where I felt like I need a break from. You said both. Notorious binge reader. Oh, I didn't say what this is. We have fruit and milk. Sounds like something I'm not gonna like, but I don't knock it until I try it. Remel peach flavor with peach juice. So this is also one serving, this whole container. So here's the container, is what the candies are gonna look like. And then they've got this cute picture of peaches on the back. How nice. You're incapable of reading something straight through. Your ADHD won't let you. Mood reader. Reading a whole series back to back. Also, let me look when I cut. Depends. Sometimes you want to breeze through. Sometimes you have to have a break between books. Yeah, I found that with you, I probably should have taken more time in between each series. Like each book once we finished, because it was a lot to handle. But I was like, I need to know what happens next. I should have taken like a break, but probably not to fill the space with another book, rather literally to just breathe, which I do that between book 6 and 7? That I do not remember. But also like why does it say caramel? Is this the same company? This is the same company? This is the same company. Okay. And they just say caramel on the thing, which does not make me very excited. I have little to no self-control when it comes to reading. I want to know what happens next, and I want to know now. I feel you. Okay, I'm concerned. Alrighty. This feels okay. Also a lot of chewing. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm. You got dinner. No, I guess that's just the label they put on their candies. But this was milk and peach. At least I don't think there was any caramel in here. That's just like the label. This was interesting. It was peach and milk. Um, I could have done with more peach. That would have been nice. It was a little bit salty-ish, but not like super super salty, but still just this could have been sweeter. I would have liked for this to have had more of the fruit and less of the cream. Just so yes, sore wa hidoi. Yep. Where was that? One heart for that. So no, all of my snacks are like building up on the desk. So the next question. Oh, I didn't cross it out. That's why I'm like, all right. It's the end of the world. The last main character is your battle buddy. Who is it? This goes for official books and fanfics as well, by the way, just whatever you're reading. So, last main character of whatever book or fanfic you're reading is your battle buddy. Uh I don't know. If for me then it's going to be Izuku Midoriya because I'm reading a fanfic of him being a an informant, but he also knows how to fight really well. So I guess I'm doing pretty good. I mean, at this point he's a teen, 15, but I guess we can work that out. Like he's a really good fighter and his quirk in this one is like stopping time. So that helps. We could use that. Nanju, Shillian, I would. Yeah, you don't have to worry if you got Shillian. Shanju, Shangjinghua. Oh gosh. No, it's for fanfics or official books. I was saying, like, for anyone, if they're not reading an official book right now, but they're reading a fanfic, then they could choose from that. So either or is perfectly fine, Megan. You just started Devil Venerable. Oh, so Wenjuan, good for you. Good for you. You're good. You're golden. um, yeah, official book or fan doesn't matter. Okay, let me see. We already. Okay, do you keep track of the books you read and fanfics are included, by the way? And if so, how do you keep track? I keep track of the books that I read and the fanfics that I read. They are all in an Excel sheet. I have a column for the title, a column for the author, a column for is it the physical copy or did I find it somewhere offline? And I used to have a column for start date, end date, rating, any extra notes that I wanted to say about the book, but I've calmed down on that because it takes a lot of time and I just really want to know what I read. Okay, that's it. So I keep track of everything that I read, except for the children's books that I read. You keep track of your favorite fics by saving them one way or another. Mentally, you're bad at spreadsheets. I think there are like apps and other things that people have to keep track. I just, for some reason, am weird and like a bunch of sheets for everything. You keep track in case you want to reread, but it doesn't always work out. I understand. You don't remember reading a book or a fic. You just get to experience it again for the first time. If you don't remember. Nice. Google Sheet, document, start date, end date. Oh no, the comment went away. You tend to remember context, but not title. If you could make a spreadsheet, you would. But you don't like spreadsheets. So, or you're bad. No, you're not. You don't dislike them. You're just bad at them. It's not too hard. Like, let me show you. I think I've shown this before in a live session, but um Actually, I don't know if it'll work on here because it's coming from the same thing. Let me pull it up here. It's very, very easy. So like here, yeah, you just take the very top column and put title, author, rating if you want to. See, I have previous reads, total reads, notes, links, word count and chapter, all of that stuff. But yeah, you just type the title and the author, the rating, all of that stuff, and then you're good to go. These that are highlighted are because they're faves. So these are things I plan to read, but just have not gotten to. But it's super duper easy. I promise you. Oh, I need to look more at that. Glad I wasn't looking at anything inappropriate. Oh gosh. So then, next question before I go to this next snack. How do you set the mood to read? Answer: I don't. I just read. You're building an app for Danmei readers? Oh, that's gonna be nice. So, seaweed tempura snack, wasabi flavor. Okay. All right. Here we go then. I'm gonna try this, but I don't like wasabi. Oh man. I don't set a mood to read. I just read. Like, just get to reading. I don't need to turn down the lights or get my specific blanket and go sit somewhere, which there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. But I could literally, I don't know, I could just wake up and read. Or I could just be sitting here and be like, yeah, let's read. So, okay. This is one side of the chip. This is the other side of the chip, which it might be hard to see, but the sides, they do look a little different. I have complicated feelings about this. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. It definitely does not taste like some wasabi I've had here before. I don't know. It's not horrid, but daijubu, I guess. I'm gonna give it 2 out of 4. Will wanting die? No. There's literally no spice. Like none at all. It's safe to eat. I have discovered it is safe. All right, we have 2 things left, thankfully, and then we can move on to TGCF. Let me put all these snacks in this box while I'm at it. Next question. Are you a stop in the middle of a chapter kind of reader, or do you need to finish the chapter before stopping? I am a finish a chapter before stopping. However, there is literally only one reason, which has been happening a lot lately, where I would stop reading in the middle of a chapter, and that's because I'm too tired and like my body's about to shut down. which has been happening to me a lot lately, which really sucks because I've been wanting to read. I've been so slow. Like, it's really good, but I've been so slow on finishing this series, and like alternate book and two more books I think are on the Patreon, but I'm just now getting to book 4. It took me like a month and a half to read book 3, but that's because I have other things going on, and then by the time I get to reading that, it's late at night, and my brain just can't hang on. And I've been going to sleep. So that's the only time I stop in the middle of a chapter. But I hate it so much. Everyone's like, finish unless you can't. Yeah, Tongtian Kanshi chapters are long. I could also see stopping in the middle of a chapter if it was like SVSSS. I think also TGCF, because the way they put the chapters in the books was like throwing a whole bunch of chapters together. So alrighty. Next question. Do you read every day or do you read when you're in the mood? And while we answer that, I'm going to try something that looks either promising or awful. And that's this. I'm just not sure. Depends on what's inside of that. So, this is sandwich cookie with strawberry flavor cream filling. Okay. I was concerned of whether it was cream or like the candy, because if it's cream, we may be in business. Okay. I think we're in business. Now the question is, oh, it says open. So what was my question? Do you read every day or every day? I read every day, even if I can literally only read for 10 minutes. I'm reading every day. Okay, so it comes in packs. I've got four of these total. Mood, you're in the mood every day. Almost every day. Audiobooks do count. Yes. And for anyone who disagrees, just go away or don't say anything. But audiobooks count. You read every day, 1 or 2 chapters more before sleep or when you have free time. You listen to me every day, so basically. We have similar oh, wow. I can smell that. Oh, the smell concerns me though, because it smells like the candy filling rather than cream. It says cream, but we'll see. If it doesn't taste like it's here we go. Here it is. Looks good. Hopefully it tastes good. If you're not in the mood for a physical book, you're in the mood for an audiobook or the opposite. Not regular, but I wish I could every day. But yeah, with audiobooks and fics, it's every day. Yeah. I mean, a fic counts as reading. They're words. You're reading. So yeah. And audiobooks count as well. When you look up the definition of read, there are so many. And it does talk about auditory. No, it smells good. I just don't like the potency of the smell from the strawberry cream filling because it smells more like the candy. Like when you get a box of chocolates and then it has that candy filling inside, that's what this smells like rather than creamy. So I'm just scared. But we're okay. We are okay. Whew. Okay. I actually think it could use more of the cream filling. I mean, but I figured that would be the case anyway. Because look, it's like so thin. It could use more. But that's good. I'll give it. It tastes like Purellines, but in square form, and less of the filling. So that was good. I'll give it 3 out of 4 stars. I mean, hearts. I love strawberry. For me, reading also includes manga, manhwas, etc. Yeah, I count those as well. I think the book world gets too critical of things and trying to be too technical and missing the whole point. It's because yes, manga, manhwas, and manhwas are reading. Webtoons, like there are words. So there just happen to be pictures involved. So like it was like a Milano cookie, actually. Yes, that's perfect. I would describe it more so as a Milano rather than a Purelaine. Um, so yeah, not in a lot in the middle. Yeah. All right, and last but not least, he said, "I like reading while listening to Mari." Nice. Is this? Wait, is this upside down? Oops. This. Milanos are so good. I have them like every 5 months or so. Next question. Do you talk to your book or characters while you read? Yes, because I need them to hear me when they're being stupid. All right, last thing. Say yes in my head. Okay, when I say do you talk, I mean out loud. Let me go ahead and just declare that out loud. And it's definitely I'm talking out loud. Yeah. I've had this snack before, so I already know I like it, which is I'm just opening it all the way. Here we go. A little chocolatey treat with something on the inside. Yep. Just as I remember from last time. Very nice. It's like Twix without the caramel. Literally is what this tastes like. And here's the inside. So you see one of the little nuts or whatever it is. I don't know. Your family complains about how you often call them stupid. I'm glad to hear so many of you do talk out loud. But it's okay if some of you don't. I think I'll do 2 more questions. Have you accidentally spoiled a book for someone before? Or maybe not the whole book, but a part of the book. Anything in the book. The answer is yes. It was a major accident. I felt so bad. It felt really bad. Maybe. I did one time on YouTube, actually, in a conversation with someone, and I said something not even realizing they weren't in that point in the book. And they were like, "Oh my gosh, I didn't know this person dies." Well, I guess now I don't have to worry about them. So from that moment on, I was like, okay, when people leave comments, unless I'm for sure exactly where they are, it's going to be vague. My comments are going to be very vague when I respond. It's just gonna be like, ha ha ha, or that's so funny, or just acknowledging it but not saying anything because I felt so bad. Meanwhile, they were perfectly fine with it. But it's just hard to like know where a person is when you're reading something I read a year ago or even just a couple months ago, but we're already far ahead. So I don't know where you are. Which is why also sometimes when people leave certain comments to me about maybe something I said in like my notes about myself or something, I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about at this point. So, yeah. A person asked for it. Yeah, I've given a spoiler intentionally because it was asked for, but I prefer not to. You would hate to spoil anybody. Yeah, I realize some people just like to be spoiled. Okay, so that was my entire box. We have one, two, three, four-star treats in here. I mean, 4 heart treats. We've got 1, 2, three heart treats. That's so weird. Two heart treats. How is this happening? We have one and a half heart treat, and then two 1 heart treats. So overall, it seems like the experiences for this box was good. I mean, were good. All good to go. So I'm gonna sit this to the side now, or attempt to. I don't know actually. Actually, no, I could. It wasn't gonna be in the way. Okay. Okay, so one last question before we get to our book. So, which hyped book was a win for you? You don't feel it was overly hyped, you felt like it was hyped just enough, or perhaps could have been hyped more. Sometimes people be, especially on Book Talk, people are hyping up books and then you read it and it's just like, just kind of sucked. So for me, the most hyped book that I've read that was worth the hype is actually QJJ. Yeah. So many people were hyping it up and I was just like, this series better not let me down. I was like, if this series lets me down, because people were literally saying it was the greatest Danmei, and I'm like, y'all, let's not do this. Let's not get my expectations up. However, it was well worth it. It was well hyped. I agree. So, QJJ, yeah, QJJ. So now we are going to TGCF is most hyped though in general. That is the most hyped. But I guess I really was just saying, no, which hyped book was a win for you? So like it was the most hyped and you felt like it was worth the hype once you read it. What you miss? A lot. You missed Danmei related questions for chatting. We read the Erha Fanfic. We have just finished taste testing all of the food. We did the majority of our non-Danmei questions, but just like book talking. And now we're about to read the TGCF Fanfiction, which is like the last thing on the agenda for today. So, yeah, I'm sorry. You don't have expectations when you read. Very nice. QJJ was very hyped. Yeah, everyone in my circle was hyping that up so much. And they were saying, other Danmei just kind of paled in comparison. So he said, no, I'm so sorry, Haley. But it's okay. You can always come back and watch, like rewatch. But well, you can stay for the TGCF read and then come back and watch the other stuff later. He said it's been 2 hours. It has been 2 hours. Yes, QJJ was worth the hype. Don't apologize. You were getting your sleep in. Get your sleep in. The body needs to rest and recuperate. This video will be here, so I am not offended at all. Your sleep is what comes first, alarm or not. Salted fish was one I wasn't expecting for me to. You know what? That one was getting hyped up in one of my chats, and I was like, I don't know. But it's been very good thus far. And I've been a very good girl and not reading ahead and waiting for volume 3. Which, by the way, I do just want to say, when it comes to salted fish, since I am recording them now, the whole book chat thing, don't know if that's necessarily going to be a thing. I just might record them and leave it at that. And maybe we can have like one I can't count, 1 or 2 chats, live chats about them, about book 3. Like, maybe we'll have one chat about the entire volume or one chat midway through volume 3 and another chat for the rest of volume 3. But we'll see. Yes, volume 3 comes out next month on the 16th, I believe. I've already got the chapters up. Well, some of the chapters from volume 1 uploaded on Patreon, and they'll be releasing little by little. I'm probably not going to start recording. So I'm going to start recording chapter 3 next month, but we won't be talking about it next month. I mean, not chapter. Why am I saying chapter? Volume 3. Volume 3 probably won't get recorded until like late next month because I'm only slightly over halfway done with volume 1. And I still got a whole nother volume to read as well. So yeah, I'm taking my time. So if y'all just want to read on ahead, that's perfectly fine. But again, this is Patreon exclusive and it's for Head Disciple and Peak Lord tiers only. So you would love to listen to the read along, can't get around to reading it for some reason. That's okay. Sometimes we need like a different way to consume what we're reading because maybe just looking at the words isn't doing it for you. Kind of like what I said earlier with Erha, I probably would not have made it through the rest of volume 10 and all of volume 11 had it not been for Brittany. Needed Brittany to help me through that. Also needed E-Soup to get me through volume 1 of Bab, even though I still ended up kicking that to the curb. Yeah. So here we go with our TGCF fanfic reading. And this one is titled Till Our Compass Stands Still. I was going to share my screen, but just due to the fact that the first chapter is kind of long, I'd rather not stare at my screen forever reading it. So you guys will be listening to me read. I hope that's okay. It's just going to be easier that way for me. But if it's really, really a problem, then I will read it off my screen. You guys just let me know. Although, again, the links to these are in the description so that you can pull them up on your devices. You said, yay! You saw E-Soup, but haven't started yet. Yeah, one day I might just let it play like in the background. I don't know. But yeah, he helped me all the way through volume 1. It's like a live reading. I love Till Our Compass Stands Still. Yes, it is one of my favorite TGCF fics. Not my fave, but one of my fave. So are you guys okay with me reading it from here and not sharing it on the screen? Can't wait. Okay, cool. So just a couple pieces of information for anyone who has not read Till Our Compass Stands Still. This is by Eden Wolfe. It is a TGCF fanfiction with 178,731 words and 11 chapters. The summary. Okay, cool. So the summary is, you may sketch while listening. That's nice. After getting lost in Ghost City, Shelian bargains away years of servitude to the gambler's den to help a man in need. He dons the robes of a worker and hides his face and life behind an enchanted mask, protecting himself from the city's denizens. Shelian finds an unexpected home in Ghost City before he ever sees the lord of it, the infamous Hua Chung. When he finally does, something about himself seems to catch the attention of the Ghost King, slowly striking up an unusual friendship. Shelian must figure out how to navigate his burgeoning feelings, how to keep his identity to himself, and how to get over a ghost so clearly in love with someone else. Let me get my light to accompany me since my other one has to stay to the side. Before me to shine on me. Alrighty, let's do this. Chapter 1, which is all we are reading for today, by the way. And my thing is like 37 pages. Shelian had come to find himself in Ghost City by complete accident and, as was usual, abysmal luck. He had been following the main road to the next major city, surely a path no one could get lost on, yet still found himself turned around in a forest. Really, it was his own fault for traveling on the day of the Zhongyuan festival, but some days even he was still floored by the extent of his bad luck. He'd hoped to be able to camp off the road and hide from any wayward spirits, but had heard many ghostly voices and seen the flashes of ghost lights as he had tried to find a spot, and decided fleeing back the way he came was the better option. Then he had arrived at the crossroads. Two paths laid before him where he knew there had only been one mere hour before. He had sighed and rubbed his head, stood in the rain with no clear way forward, and the sun had long gone from the sky. One of these led the ghost realm. One of these led to the ghost realm. One of these led back to the town he had left yesterday. The voices of the ghosts behind him were only drawing closer. So, caught between two terrible choices, he took the leftmost path. He charged onward into the darkness with hope in his heart that he might find a homestead or an inn, or even just life on a campsite. Instead, he'd crested a hill and sighted lights in the distance, the shine of a town setting the horizon aglow and settling his own worries, glad to not be lost in the woods for any long time. He always ended up so wet by the end of such things. Shelian walked through the night into what had to be well past midnight, arriving on the edges of the settlement with the lights still bright and shining. There was a fervor to the air, an excitement that was tangible and woven in between the strong scent of hot food and perfume. It was lit. Okay, I see. It was lit a vibrant crimson from red lamps strung across the fronts of buildings and over the street. The buildings themselves were short and decrepit, but even from where was, he could see they grew taller and taller in the distance until they became great, sprawling towers, glowing in the dark sky. Even in heaven, Shelian hadn't seen such a sight. It was breathtaking. As his eyes fell from the heights of the distant buildings, they caught on to the citizens of the city. Between the buildings, spirits of every shape, size, and form filled the streets in a cacophony of color and sound. Ghostly vendors in elaborate masks and half creatures skulked the streets or called for patronage. He'd heard of Ghost City. He knew it was a haven for spirits and demons of all kinds, but that was about all. Knew it existed, theoretically, from tales old women told in the street, warning children to never go there if they wished to keep all their limbs. Knew how to accidentally end up there, foolishly taking a new road in the darkness. What did he not know? What he did not know was how one could return to the world of the living once you were here. Shelian really wished he stayed to listen more closely to those old women's stories of men who had braved Ghost City to rescue their beloved and return them to the human world. He wished he knew how to get back, but like many things, doubted it would be easy. There was always a trick to these kinds of things. He glanced back the way he had come, out into the infinite darkness of the wilderness and pouring rain. Mm, he decided to take his chances. As he walked into the city, Shelian fished out a spare piece of fabric from his things and draped it over his head and face as much as he could, hiding himself from the ghosts. Most of the ghosts here seemed to be of lower tiers, amalgamations of creatures, or obviously wearing the evidence of their death in broken skin or hanging limbs. He, in his very much pristine form, outed himself as either alive or something far more powerful than they were. He wanted the attention of neither of those. As he walked, he observed the ghosts around him. He watched as a small ghostly child stole a bracelet from what looked like bone from the front of a stall, the pig like owner shouting after him as he fled. There were two ghosts arguing heatedly at another stall, the owner attempting to persuade the ghost whose skin was closer in texture to that of a tree than a human that their wares were better than those found in some other part of town. He glanced briefly down an alley as movement caught his eye, only to realize the amorous embrace and hurried motions. Shillian flushed, set his eyes forward, and hurried on. His stomach growled, which was really inevitable after such a long walk. Unusually, he had a small pouch of money on his person, and a hot meal right now would go a long way to making him feel a little better about this turn of events. That, and if he could find somewhere that served food to the living, he might be able to find someone else who was alive in this undead place who knew the best way out. He glanced about and considered who looked the least threatening and the most available to be asked questions. Excuse me, he asked of the half goat, half human woman selling candied eyeballs in the street. Is there somewhere in the city that sells human food? I'm selling human food right here, the seller shot back angrily. The fur on her head bristled, pupils shifting to something a little longer and inhuman. Oh, no, my apologies, he corrected, bowing. I meant food for humans. Oh. The seller scratched her furred chin, mouth twisting in a thought. Probably the gambler's den. They get humans there sometimes. Might feed 'em too. Shellyanne smiled. Thank you very much. How do I get there? She cocked her head further into the city. Go that way. Head for the center of town. It's the big red and gold building full of assholes. Can't miss it. Thank you again. He took off down the street. It took some time, Shelian losing himself in winding back alleys and crowded, bustling thoroughfares, working his way forward towards the general area of the gambler's den. He had to ask for directions twice more, though when he finally came upon it, realized the first shopkeeper had been right. He would have never been able to miss it. It was a huge building, brightly painted and towering above the other buildings around it. Lights spilled from the windows, and the sound of laughter and shouting echoed out onto the street. Around the entrance were two columns with characters painted haphazardly on, and the beam across the top had another. It took some time to work out exactly what they said, as whoever had painted it on had atrocious calligraphy skills. From what he could puzzle out, the left held the phrase money over life, the one on the right, gains over shame, while the top contained maniacal laughter of ha 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 scrawled across it. He still wasn't entirely sure he was correct. He followed a pair of old ghostly men through the door, listening to them argue about which nearby stall had the best hair noodle soup. The inside of the building was even more chaotic. The interior was huge, and from the entrance, he could see the second floor, which rang the outer edge above them. From the outside, he knew there were more floors above, but they seemed to be out of sight. Private rooms, perhaps? The floor beneath his feet was covered in dark lacquered wood, oddly shined to perfection given the shabby appearance of most of its patrons. Ghosts and demons of all kinds were packed into the building, some seated at gaming tables, others drinking. Many seemed content to watch from the sides, eyes tracking bets and coins while whispering to one another. Above all other things, it was loud. Shouts and cries and screams of all types filled the air around him as he tried to get his bearings. In the end, Shelian retreated to hover at the edge of the room, eyes peeled for anyone that looked alive, or even someone who worked here to point him in the right direction to maybe get him a meal. He wondered if they took normal currency here. It would certainly be his luck to finally have some money and be in one place that would not accept it. From looking at the tables, coins did not seem to be the only thing that was wagered, though there were some. He slowly managed to identify the workers, dressed in outer black robes with silver trimming and red robes beneath, masks of different kinds set on their faces and tending to the patrons of the den. Then, as he watched one server pass a table, Shelian saw him. A human. He was a middle aged man dressed in well worn brown garb and a tattered hat resting at the back of his neck in the same way Celian often wore his. He was likely a farmer or a workman of some form, moving to sit at one of the gambling tables, his shoulders hunched and anxiously stiff as he settled into a seat. He looked very out of place. Celian quickly moved for him, ears catching the conversation as he approached. Please, the man begged the dealer. I'll bet anything you want. The dealer was an unusually tall man with the mask of a snarling tiger. Tanned hands that had lost their lively glow peeked out from beneath the edges of his robes. All right, the dealer said, twirling the dice between his fingers, just able to be heard in the din of the room. If you win, you return home in the morning and find your wife free of illness and healthy until the end of her days. If you lose, you owe 3 years of servitude to the house. You stay here and do not go home to your wife. You work for us. Shellyan's stomach dropped from his stomach. Uh, They couldn't, could they? Uncle, excuse me, Shellyan said, stepping up beside the man and eyeing the dealer. He could sense nothing from the dealer, neither life nor death nor spiritual energy. He removed the fabric that had been concealing his face, trying to show the farmer that he was no ghost. I couldn't help but overhear your wager. If I may ask, why have you come here? He asked gently. Surely there are safer options. The man blinked at Shellyan, looking him up and down. Seeming to decide something from it, he replied, My wife is dying. She sickens more each year, and I cannot bear life without her. We are too poor for a proper healer, and all the ones we could afford had no answers. The farmer sighed. I heard of this place, where they can grant any wish. To me, it is worth my life to let her live hers. I love her more than the sun and sky itself. Shelian's heart softened. He let out a steadying breath. He turned to the dealer. Might I be his wager? If he loses, you receive 3 years for my servitude, and he goes free. 6 years for you, if he is not paying it himself, the dealer said coldly. Daojong, I cannot accept that, the farmer cried, clutching at his hand. You are so young. 6 years is too much. I'm older than I look, Shelian said quietly, offering him a smile and petting the man's hand with his free one. 6 years is not so much to me, and 3 is a long time for you to lose with your wife. I would prefer you won, of course, but if you were to lose, I think it unfair she loses such a dedicated husband, don't you? Please, let me help you. The man stared at him, mouth half open in disbelief. Then he simply stood from his seat and bowed deeply to Shelian. Thank you. Shelian hoped his bad. Sorry, there's a typo. Shelian hoped his bad luck could not extend to this man and pulled him from the bow. Let me see what you're saying really quickly. This is a lovely fic so far. I agree. Shelian called Hua Chung out for his terrible handwriting. Okay, so he pulled the man from his bow. The dealer nodded to them both, the painted tiger eyes flashing in the light of the den. You win. Your wife remains in good health. You lose. Dao Zhang stays for 6 years. They both nodded in agreement, sitting back down at the table. The die was cast. The house rolled 8. The man rolled 4. Shelian stared at the dice, unsurprised, but certainly disappointed. Oh well. The man turned to stare at him with watery eyes. I am sorry, Daojang. No, it's fine. I know what I was agreeing to. I knew what I was agreeing to. Shelian returned with a warm smile, the one he remembered giving to his believers before the world crumbled to ash beneath his feet. Your devotion to your wife should not be punished. I am glad you can still return to her. You say, makes sense. You can bet again, the croupier said. No, no. The farmer shook his head, turning away from the ghost. I have learned my lesson today. The man bowed deeply to Xie. Thank you, Dao Zhang. I will treasure every remaining moment I have with her. Xie swallowed past the lump in his throat and handed the man his money pouch. Please, take this with you. It's not much, but I do not think it will do me much good here. Daojang, please, take it and be safe, Xie urged, pressing the pouch into his palms and curling his fingers around it. Take care of your wife. I will, I swear I will, he declared. The farmer saluted him one final time, deep and reverent, and then strode out the door, wiping tear tracks from his face as he went. Xie smiled to watch him go. Well, he didn't really need directions out of Ghost City now, did he? Once the man was out of sight, Xie shook his head and turned back to the dealer, affixing the cloth to his face. He stared up into the tall ghost. Yes, I was right. He stared up into the tall ghost in the tiger mask and said, I suppose I owe you a few of my years then. Xie found himself in a room a few doors away from the main gambling floor, sitting on a cushion across from a different ghost. His skin was pale and translucent. Blue splashed across his lips and cheeks, where one would normally see a blood flush of life. His eyes were purest white, and Xie struggled to tell quite where the man was looking. He had flecks of blue-white scales scattered over his cheeks and ears and hands, while his hair flowed slightly about his shoulders. It was still deep black, but so shiny as to appear wet, and Xie thought he must have been a victim of drowning. He was dressed impeccably, in the same dark robes of the other staff he had seen, but he wore his with the sleeves loose rather than bound and carried himself with poise. His teeth were sharp points when he smiled at Xie. I'm Xu Hao. I run things here unless Chengju is here around, in which case he does. You will, however, be reporting to me. Xie nodded. He wondered who the master of the city was. He must be someone truly impressive to be able to preside over such a large collection of ghosts. What's your name? Xu Hao asked promptly. He paused, biting at his lip. Doesn't have to be a real name. It's probably better it isn't. Anything you want. Xilian silently wondered how he got himself into these kinds of situations while a small voice in the back of his head added this whole situation to the tally of things that would get him shunned by all of heaven's officials. Again. Well, when in Ghost City, anything goes. Wu Jin. Sure. What skills do you have, Wu Jin? Xu Hao asked. Any talents? I'm strong, Xilian considered. I am good at fixing things, good at cleaning. Cooking? Uh, I like my food, but no one else seems to, he admitted. Hmm. I'm also rather good at street tricks and can sing and play some instruments, he added. His playing was a little out of practice, but his singing was one of the things he had liked to do most often on the road. His voice was still serviceable. Xu Hao looked at him assessing, white eyes skating over him. What sort of tricks? The usual sort of tricks. Breaking rocks on my chest, juggling, feats of strength, and sword swallowing. I make talismans as well, but I don't think that would be useful here. Depends. Any good at games of chance? No, no, Shelian said, shaking his hands definitively. I am incredibly unlucky. Not at all useful for a place like this. I will lose you money every time if you want me as a dealer. No, Xu Hao agreed. It does not sound useful, but everyone has their uses. He noted something on a page. Can you serve food and drinks? Yes, that I can do. Cleaning, drink service, entertainment, and terrible luck, Xu Hao said, looking down at his notes. All right. I've worked with worse. A pause. Any bad habits? Not really. I won't catch you pilfering from the wine, lifting from any pockets, harassing any of the patrons. Shelian laughed, covering his mouth with a hand. No, you might have guessed from my attire, but I am a cultivator. My path is one of abstinence. No alcohol and no licentious behavior. You are going to have very little to do in this town, Shuhao noted dryly, then shrugged. Makes my life easier, though. Speaking of your attire, what you are in is not going to work in this establishment. We have a uniform, and you'll need to wear it when you're working. Of course, Shellyan replied. I suppose I need to find somewhere to live too. We will provide food and board, Shuhao said, as if it were obvious. He must have caught Shellyan's raised eyebrows as he added, You're ours now, and Chengju looks after his own. Chengju, Huacheng, the Lord of Ghost City. Shellyan just stared back at him. Was he supposed to know the name? Was he famous? Well, he supposed anyone who could rule over a pack of unruly ghosts must be someone of note. Supreme level ghost? Shuhao asked, then continued when Shelian showed no sign of recognition. One of the four calamities? Crimson rain sought flower? The scourge of heaven? He's like, dude, none of this is ringing a bell. I'm sorry, that's just so funny. Shelian shook his head at each successive title, silently impressed with this ghost for amassing such a swath of awe-inspiring names. Honestly, Shelian was somewhat proud of himself for somehow missing such a person. I'm sorry, I've heard none of these, Shelian replied. Do you live under a rock? It has been known to happen, Shelian laughed. I travel a lot. I miss things sometimes. Shuhao stared back, looking utterly perplexed, his eyebrows pulled in tight. How long have you been in Ghost City? Oh, I think I arrived around midnight. So, it took you 4 hours to find yourself indebted to us. He watched Shelian with an unreadable look, his white eyes unblinking. You really do have terrible luck. I do, Shelian replied with a smile. Shuhao stood up. Follow me. Shelian did as he was told and was led back through the maze of hallways hidden within the gambling den and out into the street. Shuhao walked him 2 blocks to a tall building squashed between a noodle bar and an ink shop. He followed Shuhao up to the 3rd floor before they stopped at an unmarked door. Your new home, Shuhao informed him, tossing him a key. He snatched the metal piece out of the air on pure reflex. Shelian stared at the key settled in his palm. He could not remember the last time he had a home. Somewhere that was his, really. He'd been wandering for so long recently, trying to never settle anywhere long enough to ruin anyone's life or get dragged into another war. Thank you, he said with a smile, shoving that thought away. Settle in. I'll send Yenshun to bring you food, Shuhao said and pointed to the door to the left of his. She lives there, works in the kitchen. I'll pick you up around midday and walk you through your jobs. Shelian nodded. You're also going to need a mask, Shuhao added, a proper one, to hide all your. He waved a hand in Shelian's general direction. Life. We don't want the customers getting hungry. He flashed Shelian a sharp smile. Where do I. Shuhao held out a scaled hand, a small silver token in his palm. Take this to the shop 6 doors that way. He pointed further along the street they had walked along. There's a mask shop. Give the owner that, and she'll let you pick one. Celia nodded. Questions? None just now, thank you. Good, Shuhao said, before offhandedly adding, Oh, and if you run, we'll find you, and we will torture you for the 6 years you owe. At that just lovely threat, Shuhao turned on his heel and stalked away, trotting down the stairs and vanishing into the throng of ghosts below. Shelian glanced back down to the key and coin in his palm as Royer emerged from his sleeve, to poke at both. It has been a strange day, hasn't it, Roya? Shellyan mused, running his other hand along the back of the cloth and ignoring the rumble of hunger from his stomach. Let's go get ourselves a mask. After that, I think we've earned a nap, if nothing else. Roya curled in delight and retreated into Shellyan's sleeve. He placed the key in his sleeve pocket and held the coin tightly in his fist. He could do this. He'd done worse things before. He'd, in fact, done something good today. He'd saved a man from losing the last of the time he might have had with his wife. What were 6 years to him in the vast scheme of his eternal life? It gave him time to discover how to leave. He suddenly realized he never asked the man how to do so. Shaking his head at himself, Shellyan set off. He followed the vague instructions given to him, counting along each shop as he continued down the street. Some made clothes, some sold food, and some seemed to be shut tight and dark, though ghosts were going in and out. Finally, he came to the shop front of the mask shop, exactly 6 shops along. The outside was visibly grimy. Black paint peeled off at the edges with messy calligraphy proclaiming it was the best mask shop in Ghost City. He was not sure it was open. There were no lights on and no sound from within. And yet, as the last 5 minutes had shown him, more places were open than they appeared. Shellyan shrugged and carefully attempted to open the door. It did, opening with a perfect slide. As he stepped in, the first thing he noticed was the stench of mold and damp rising around him. Then, as his eyes slowly adjusted to the very low light of the room, could see it was just as ill kept as the outside. Shelves lined the walls, all covered in thick, dark sheets, covered in dust with mold clinging to the edges of some. He wondered if the masks were beneath. He stepped closer, the dust on the floor rising above his shoe. He reached for the cloth. Hello, handsome, a woman's voice purred. Shellyan jumped, head spinning to see a ghost suddenly standing behind him. She was short but thin, with long, spindly hands, draped on a set of forest green robes that tattered at the edges. Thick waves of black hair fell loose down her shoulders, coming to a stop at her elbows. Her large eyes glowed a phosphorescent green in the shadow of the room, staring at him with a twisted smile. The words dripped like honey from her tongue. What a sweet little thing like you doing in my shop. Shellyan held up the coin, brandishing it like a sword between them. Oh, Chengdu's people sent you, she said, picking the coin from his fingertips and leaning back, the sensual attitude falling like a silken robe from her shoulders. All right, this way then. She turned and walked away, expectant. Shellyan followed after her. What's your name, little bunny? Ah, Wu Jin, he replied, and ignored her little laugh. Bunny? It's the white robes and the sweet white eyes, she replied, pulling aside some hanging fabric from a doorway and pointing him through. A cute white little bunny lost in a foxhole. She grinned at him as she passed. It did not feel friendly. Am I to take the gambler's den? Am I to take the gambler's den is the foxhole you are referring to? He asked politely, waiting for further instructions as he stood in the room filled with wooden cases. Wu Jin is not as foolish as he looks, she laughed. Watch out for your boss. He's a clever, tricky thing. I'm sure he'd love to play with a little bunny like you. She blinked, one eye after the other, then cocked her head toward the room. Go look. Pick which one you like. He nodded and walked slowly around the cases in the room, lifting lids and looking through them with interest. He could feel the magic on each against his senses. Whatever she did it well. There was a range to be chosen from. Masks that looked like humans in various states of emotions, masks of gods, masks of demons, masks of creatures and animals. even one mask that faintly reminded him of the one he had worn the day he had caught that child from the sky. He paused as one caught his eye. I suppose I should pick this one, Shelian said, picking up the white and gold mask with a little rabbit face staring back at him, with short, round ears that curved up around the top of the mask. He was almost surprised to find something so cute in a place like this. He glanced back over to the ghost, watching him from the door. She stared back. It would be fitting. He looked back at the white mask, the memory of another white mask suddenly superimposing it, half smiling, half crying. He pressed his lips together, grip tightening on the wood. He let out a slow breath, pushing the thought away. He'd seen the attire of the others in the gambler's den, black and silver and red. He looked back over to the ghost. You wouldn't happen to have any black rabbits, would you? Sure, she said, and pointed two cases along. Shelian placed the white rabbit mask back down where he had found it and moved to where she was pointing. Inside the case, he found an almost identical mask, this one black with silver accents. It didn't make him feel ill to look at it. It would definitely do. This one, he said, holding it in both hands and turning back to her. She shrugged. All yours, then. You gave me the coin. What does the mask do? He asked, running his thumbs along the cool, smooth edge of it. It masks your life, or in most other cases, their death. No aura, no smell. A mild affectation of the voice makes you appear to be nothing, a shadow, just another worker. It works on everyone? Not completely. Not for gods from the upper court or supreme ghosts, she said. Your boss will be able to tell you're alive, but nothing beyond that. My masks are good. You will be a ghost to everyone else. We don't get gods here. They don't dare encroach on Chengdu's territory, and the only other living supreme wouldn't enter the city without invitation. Shelian nodded. That was useful to know. He really needed to listen in on some gossip soon. All of this conversation about supremes and calamities and scourges seemed important. He should probably try to know who his new boss was. He took the cloth covering his face off and tucked it into his pocket. He stared at the back of the mask still held in his hands. It was light, though it seemed to be made of solid wood. Oh, you are adorable, aren't you? Try not to look too tasty to Chengju, she whispered. The lascivious expression on her face. I hear he's insatiable. Shillian just stared back at her. Okay, just a moment of a break. Let me see some comments I missed. I feel bad for missing comments, but also I couldn't find a spot to like stop reading. Watchung is gonna freak out. You're loving the interaction with the manager? Yes, really loving it. Shillian, what did you get yourself into? He got a home for 6 years, right? So was this really unlucky, or was his luck finally working in his favor? Uh, oh gosh, the trauma, not the trauma, right? Just slip in that PTSD, right? Absolutely. Right? Hey, Mari, what book are you reading from? Oh, that remark made me howl. So, this is my personal book that I bound, but the fan fiction we're reading is in the link. It's in the description. The link we're reading "Till Our Compass Stands Still" by Eden Wolfe. Really quickly, I'm glad I looked up. Here you go. Boom. That's what we're reading from, and we are slightly slightly over halfway through with chapter 1. Chapter 1 is a long chapter, which is why I wanted to find a very short Erha fanfic. Can you send it in Discord too? Sure. 1 second. All right, I'm just putting it in general, so I'm not going to tag everyone. Oh, well, I'm going to put it in general and in fanfic recommendations. I'm so sorry I missed this. I would have sent it earlier, but there you go. Oh, a question for me after the live. Crap. Now I'm going to have to keep this up so that I can see it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh crap. And then I exited out of it on accident. For the question for after the live, please just tag me again so that I can see it afterward. Okay. So let's get back to reading. I hope you guys are enjoying this thus far. Right. No gods. None here. Except this daring one who just dared to walk in, right? Okay. Let's see. Where am I? Okay, yeah. He's insatiable. Shelian just stared back at her. She scowled. "Hmm? Put on your mask and get the fuck out of my shop." Why we gotta be so mean? Okay. Shelian bowed hastily, quickly fixing the mask to his face. He blinked as the enchantments took hold, suddenly able to see past the barrier in front of his face without any eye holes. Then he scampered out the door. He stood in the street for a long, quiet moment, just watching the ghosts crying and yelling and calling out to each other, many well into their cups on Zhongyuan night. He wondered how he was going to make this home for the next 6 years. Though, it could always be worse. At least here, he had a roof over his head, the promise of regular meals, and the tenuous safety of an employer. Or, if he was being honest with himself, owner. The last 100 or so years had been a run of particularly bad luck and pain and death. If nothing else, he could hope for less pain. He would appreciate that. Dying hurt. He considered how chilled the mask made him feel as he walked back to his new residence, rolling his fingers as he would in cold weather to warm them up. He was looking forward to sleeping under a roof and, maybe, if luck was on his side, on a straw mat. Shelian climbed the stairs to his accommodation. Upon entering, he found a small two-room abode. Red light streamed in from behind him and through the window on the opposite wall. It was bare bones, one small table and a tattered cushion beside it, a small stove, a basin, a lantern, a straw mat with a folded blanket in the corner. The door half open to his left showed a dimly lit washroom. It was practically luxury. Shelian. Roya, Shelian said brightly after shutting the door behind him and lifting the lantern. Welcome to our new home. He felt the brush of silk over skin as Roya slowly unwound itself from his wrist and extended outward from his sleeve. Shelian smiled at it and quietly investigated in more depth, placing his mask down on the nearby table. There was wood beneath the stove and an old kettle set with it. A few very chipped and cracked bowls and cups were also to be found. The straw mat looked equally worn, but not past use, and the blanket only had one hole in it, a blessedly small thing on one corner. Shelian settled down on the mat when he was done investigating, pulling the blanket over them and feeling his body relax for the first time in days. He was asleep within minutes. A loud knock at his door woke him. Shelian folded the blanket away and checked his robes were still in order before hurrying over to the door and opening it. Hey, the ghost on the other side said flatly. She was dressed in plain, faded blue robes with a half mask of autumn leaves resting on the side of her head. Her face itself was pretty, though expressionless, rounded eyes and soft lips coated in careful makeup. A huge, jagged scar sprawled up her neck and across her lower jaw, icy white against her already bloodless skin. Hello, he greeted her. I take it you are Yenshun? Yeah, Shuhao wanted me to bring you food. After today, though, you get it your damn self in the kitchen. She snapped at him, handing over the box. He nodded, taking it carefully in both his hands. Yenshun crossed her arms. What's your name then? Wu Jin, he replied. Right. Well, if you need anything, Wu Jin, don't bother me, she said. See you whenever. Oh, and wear your fucking mask. Doesn't matter how cute you are, Guga. If the door's open, they're gonna be able to sense you. The warding's not that good. Shuha wants you to Shuha wants you alive to work. Thank you for your care, Yenchun, he replied, and bowed with his hands around the box. She snorted. Sure. Just try not to get eaten. If you need anything. No, you don't. Right? Why is everyone so mean? He watched her walk to the door beside his, kick it open with a twist of her foot, and vanish inside. Shilian returned to his own home, latching everything shut and settling himself at the small table, quietly hoping that the meal in his hands was made from something he could eat. He breathed in steadily and opened the lid. A bowl of seared vegetables in a thick sauce, a bowl of rice, and a small container of two white tangyuan. Oh my god, let's do that again. I know Mandarin, I swear. A bowl of seared vegetables in a thick sauce, a bowl of rice, and a small container of two white tangyuan and syrup met him. The scent was unspeakably delicious. The food still hot and steaming within the container. Shelian's heart filled, his hunger redoubling at such an unexpected bounty. And that is, we finally come to like a scene break after so long. Since food has been mentioned, I want to just take a quick nibble on something. Not even gonna lie. So the question is, what do I take a quick nibble on? I have no idea. But for now, it's just gonna be this. It's gonna be my Japanese Milanos. So we're going with. You said, bro, wait till Hua finds out he's been treated this way in his own domain. Two? How big are those tangyuan? I have no idea. Um, I have no idea. All I know is that I'm happy he gets to eat some food. Yeah. That's all I could say. LOL, a bit late to the show. Hey, NFS. Taking a quick snatch break. A snatch break? Snack break to get a little munchy in since Shelly-Ann's eating. Mari is also eating. Today is not going to be a healthy food day for Mari. Okay. Yep, that will be one serving. Yes, we loved your art. You should, when you play, if you watch it, you'll see my reaction. I was blessed. It was supposed to be snack break. Pretty much everything you missed. We're on the last activity of the day. You guys, these are really good. It can be anywhere between the size of a marble and a golf ball. Wow. Okay. That was good. Mm. Yes, we loved it. I'm obsessed. So, got me a little snack. Also, where was that message you sent me? Um, Meg, for after the live. Oh, so they haven't released yet. I'll just go ahead and say that now for anyone on the top two tiers of Patreon. The Salted Fish chapters, they have been uploaded but not released. Sorry. The first 6 chapters release Sunday. Yeah, Sunday. And then there will be some more after that. I'm going to try to get all of volume 1 up by the time volume 3 comes out. How do you like the book so far? On a reread. Oh, it's very good. I like it just as much as when I was reading it the first time around. But I like it even more because I'm not like stopping to take notes. I'm just reading through. So, of course, it's taking me some time since I'm doing so many other things in life now, but I love it. I love it so much. 20 we missed, right. It has been forever since 20 has been here. You're probably going to reread with the official. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm reading as fast as I can, which is not that fast anymore. So, oh gosh. So, let's get back into it. Wait, what's an hour? Why are we shouting an hour? Before I start reading again. It's just a tiny hot. Why are we shouting an hour, Megan? Oh, so where's my break? Okay, right there. I want a bookmark. I need a bookmark to like put over the words as I read them. Okay. Crap. We're just gonna have to do with this. You didn't shout an hour? Oh. Well, the comment, it just says in all caps, an hour. So that's why I was asking. How many chapters are we reading? We're only reading 1 chapter because it's 37 pages. So, like if we were reading The King's Dancer instead, it probably would have been like 2 or 3, but that'll be something separate some other time. So just chapter 1. You've been reading the fan translation too. You're excited to listen to the official translation. Yes. It's going to be the first 6 chapters on Sunday. So you'll only get 1 notification for chapter 1, but the others are releasing like within a minute after that. And I just turned the notifications off. That way you don't get 6 different emails from me. So, okay, this bookmark might be a bit too big. Hold on. There we go. Also, is anyone in need of a physical copy of the first volume of Salted Fish? Because if you are, you can have this. I have a second copy because I went ahead and bought the special edition, and so I have mine that is riddled with notes already. Neko? Okay. Neko, Megan. Okay. You said, "Ooh, okay." So you guys live in America, right? Well, I know Megan, you live in America. Neko, you live in America too, right? You wish we're in the same country. Yup. Okay, so neither of you have volume one. I'll just go to the store and get a second one and send them to both of you. Okay, both of you just send me a message in Discord, and I'll get that handled for y'all. Okay, let's continue reading. Mm-mm. Don't cry. Okay, we're continuing with the story now. We've got like 13 pages left. Something like 14, 13, 14. When Celian next woke, when Celian next woke from his second sleep, he felt much more rested. His stomach still comfortably full after such a nice meal, he took his time dressing and preparing himself for the day. Royer was happily exploring the room properly. One end latched around the shackle on Celian's leg and unfurling out from there, attempting to trip him like an affectionate stray cat. He took the time now to open the wooden windows on the outer wall and lean out on the sill to view the city. It was immense, sprawling off in all directions. Towers of mismatched buildings laid atop one another, creating a haphazard scene of wood and paint and lights. They crawled up into the sky to heights that Chilien had not seen in anything but the grandest cities over the centuries. Crimson lanterns hung off most building fronts before various alleys and streets fell away into the inky darkness with only faint movement seen within, or the reflections of eyes or a fire. Daytime itself was fascinating. Chilien was used to the sun, blue skies and white clouds reflecting a rainbow of colors as the day began and ended. Here, the clouds were pulled completely across the sky with a dull red glow behind them, bathing the world in enough light to see, but evidently not enough to adversely affect the ghosts within. He watched the denizens move through the streets with interest, watching paths meet and diverge, sometimes pausing to speak or scuffle or shout. One ghost, who appeared to have at least some visual aspects of a spider, skittered up to the side of a building. They crawled over into a high balcony, then settled themselves there to stare down below just as Celian did. A knock sounded at the door behind him. Celian shut the window, collected his shoes, and slapped on his mask on his path across the room. The same cool feeling washed over him as the mask was affixed to his face, hiding away his life and presenting him as a blank slate to the world of the dead around him. He opened the door to find Shu Hao standing there, waiting. Good afternoon, Celian greeted brightly as he began to tug on his shoes. Well, aren't you just chirpy? Shu Hao growled. That would probably be my internal monologue, just something like that. Need that Binka for your screensaver, not gonna lie. You'll be fine with the noted one. I already have a Mari noted book after all. Oh no, I'm keeping the noted one because I have two copies. So the noted one is for me, and then I have the second one that I bought because I wanted the special edition goodies. So then I'm gonna go out and buy one more. So then I'll have three, so I can send two to you guys. I want my notes in this one. It's like piled high. You'll have Hmm. Yes. Sorry. Well, aren't you just chirpy? Shuhao groused. Shilian just kept smiling at him and straightened when he was fully dressed. He felt fabric shift beneath his clothes as Roya settled somewhere around his wrist. Let's go then, Shuhao said, stepping back and tipping his head toward the gambler's den. Interesting choice of mask, though glad to see you wearing it. Shilian nodded. Yenchuan was most adamant about not opening the door without it. Good. She's right. They walked back to the gambler's den, Shelian keeping on Shu Hao's heels and listening as key buildings he was likely to be sent to, wine dealers, grocers, and butchers, were pointed out to him. Shu Hao also indicated toward the bright light in the distance, proclaiming it to be Paradise Manor, where Chengju lived. As they walked, Shilian took note of the changed atmosphere of the city. The bustle was heavily diminished from the packed crowds on the street last night, and he was unsure if that was a product of daytime or just that it was no longer a festival. He watched the select few out and about this morning traverse the streets. A pack of five ghost children came hurtling around a corner and nearly crashed into him before bursting into laughter, thumbing their noses at him and sprinting away at inhuman speeds. Shouting began from some levels above them. Excuse me. He found his heart clench, somehow nostalgic for the riotous mess of a large city. When they finally made it back to the den, it, like the city, was much quieter than the night before. There were still quite a few patrons, but it lacked the electric atmosphere and packed in airlessness that had been present when he left last night. Shu Hao nodded in greeting to one of the female ghosts in work attire as they entered and led Shelian back towards the side door. Following a similar path taken the night before, Shelian was led through the winding passages hidden from the patrons and waved into a room he had not been in before. It was small, with a large old bronze mirror covering most of the opposite wall. Around the room were a series of open shelves with fabric folded neatly in each section. Try these on, Shuhao said, handing him a pile of dark robes, a belt, and red strips of fabric set on top. Shuhao tapped at Shelian's neck, his whole body going rigid at the unexpected touch. That's gotta come off. Shelian blanched, slapping a hand over his neck, feeling the fabric wrapped tightly about the shackle beneath his palm. I I need to wear this. What? You got some scars under there? Shuhao asked. Half the staff have scars. It doesn't matter. Shelian said nothing, fumbling for words. There was no easy way to explain it. His mouth opened ineffectually. Whatever. But use this then, Shuhao cut in, handing Shelian another red strip of fabric. We have a dress code. Shelian nodded, bowing forward. Thank you, Shuhao. Get changed. Check it all fits. If not, we'll get it adjusted, Shuhao said. When you're done, meet me in the room across the hall. At that, he left, sliding the door shut behind him. Shelian stared down at the black and silver fabrics in his hands. It was finer material than he had worn in years, well made and soft. The inner robe was a deep blood red, the fabric sheer and cool between his fingers. It would be good for not overheating in when things got busy. The next layer was what he had taken for black, but in this light, he could see it was truly a deep blue black that shimmered in the light. This layer was trimmed with silver embroidery around the edges, delicate butterflies and flowers trailing along it in a swirling pattern. It was beautiful. His hand shook as he put it on, one layer at a time, some unnamed anxiety taking hold in his chest and refusing to come unrooted. Then, as he tied the belt around his waist and placed the mask upon his face, he turned to stare at himself in the cracked and tarnished mirror. It was strange. Shelian was not sure he recognized himself, so used to the plain white on his robes. So used to the plain white of his robes. He had also not had access to such a large mirror in over 100 years, making do with small reflective pieces and the shivering reflection over water. He was thinner than the last time he had seen his full reflection, back as Guoshi Fangxin. Even more, he was jarring to see it was jarring to see the cursed shackles so visible on his neck, obvious between the dark of the robes, his hair, and his mask. An inescapable blemish on his jade skin. but not even a scar to mark the horrors that had been done to his body. He looked away. He felt wrong in all this finery. It had been so long since he had worn any fabric that did not feel coarse upon his skin. While this was not the most exceptional thing he had ever worn, not even by a long shot, it still felt so foreign. He sighed. He really did always prefer white, but he had to admit the dark fabric was somewhat flattering. What was the saying? For men to look handsome, they must dress in all black. He wondered if this Hua Chengju knew that saying too. Perhaps he needed the black to enhance his appearance. Xielian laughed to himself and coaxed Roya higher on his wrist and out of sight. If it needed to escape, then it could do so out of Xielian's collar. He then carefully wrapped the remaining red fabric around his forearms, then paused to feel the press of something cold against his wrist. It was a stone sewn into the hem of the fabric. It was faintly carved with writing, and appeared to be enchanted in some way. He wondered at it, then used the two final pieces of red cloth to wrap one red strip around his shackled neck, and used the other to tie back his hair in his usual style. He cast one final glance in the mirror to endure everything. To endure everything. Sorry. He cast one final glance in the mirror to ensure everything was in place. A strange, well dressed man with a rabbit's face greeted him in the reflection. Nothing but a shadow. He fled the room. Shelian found Xu Hao exactly where he said he'd be. Within the opposite room, he was seated behind a small desk, inky hair floating above him as he dug through a pile of scrolls. Yeah, it really was an accident. It was because I saw Kuro-san's comment, trauma sneaks in again. And so, I don't know, my brain just kind of went back there for a moment when I was reading. Okay. Shelian stood to attention before the desk, military training slipping into place. Good. It fits well, Shuhao said, looking him up and down. Change in that same room before and after your shifts. Lao Yin will wash it in between. Pick one of the empty shelves to keep your other things in. Shelian nodded. Right. Given your skill set and what we're lacking, you're going to be starting with serving food and drink, he said. If you prove to be terrible with that, we will look at other jobs. Shelian nodded again. Serving should be doable. Then he asked, what does this do? Holding up his right wrist, gesturing to the carved stone hidden beneath the sleeve of his robes. Ah, a quick way to send messages to the staff, Shuhao explained. If it turns cold, the kitchen is summoning you to collect an order. If it turns hot, I am summoning you here. How clever. Understood. Shuhao stood. I'll go over all of that later. Come, a tour first. Xielian followed him back out onto the main floor, beginning at the back of the building. He was walked around the tables, the largest one set before a stared alcove covered by sheer red fabric, currently unmanned by any croupier. On either side of it were two small tables, only one of which currently manned by a ghost in a dragon mask that covered the top half of his face, the lower half showing a wide mouth with sharp, protruding teeth and a long tongue. 5 ghosts sat at the table before him, dice and cards spread across the wood. Closer towards the entrance was the haphazard collection of smaller gambling tables suited to prepare 4 patrons at most. 6 of these were laid out in clear rows with paths and seats scattered around them for casual conversation or observing the tables. Against the wall of this section was a large counter with a female ghost standing behind it, taking orders and serving drinks between watching the room silently. She was unnaturally tall, with long midnight hair that fell to her waist, loose and adorned with beads and ribbons. The mask she wore covered her whole face and was of clouds. the paint color changing from white to deep storm gray as they traveled across her face. Shu Hao led Xie over to the woman, who watched them approach with apparent disinterest, her forearms resting solidly on the bench before her, showing off the low cut of her robes. Lianju, this is your newest helper, Wu Jin, Shu Hao greeted her. Wu Jin, you will be training with Lianju for your first few shifts and will report to her each night. Xie nodded and bowed to Lianju. This one thanks Lianju for her instruction. Lianju chuckled brightly, tipping her head to examine him. Wu Jin can call me Jujie if he likes. Xie nodded, unsure if he would in fact do that. Come, we will return later, Shu Hao said, and led Xie closer toward the entrance of the gambler's den. This portion of the hall was made up of tables and seats for patrons to use at their own will, places to rest or eat or drink with companions or alone, far more of a social area than made for gambling. Off in one far corner was a small stage where Xie imagined a performer might stand. Xie was led around past the entrance and upstairs, his fingers trailing along the smooth wood of the banister. Is it always more quiet during the day? Xie asked as they reached the top of the stairs and stared down at the gambling floor below. Time of day doesn't have much to do with anything here, Shu Hao said, leaning up against one of the pillars and looking back to Xie. We don't close, and it fluctuates at random, but is always busier if Chengju is in. It's quiet today, as everyone drinks to excess on Zhongyuan Festival. Many will be sleeping it off this week. Sorry. Many will be sleeping it off this week. Why is it busier with Chengju here? Chengju is a marvel, for one, and the other ghosts just like to see him just to say they did, Shu Hao replied. That, and he takes on the real wagers. Anything big, powerful, incredible, impossible, whatever. Any wish. He's the man to ask it of. A grin of sharp teeth. If you can beat him. Do people win? Rarely. Very, very rarely, Shu Hao replied. Chengju is incredibly lucky. The opposite of himself, then, Xie thought wryly. Is Chengju here often? No, and he's away at present. No idea when he's coming back. Shu Hao stepped up to the edge of the railing on the second floor. He leant. Okay, I'm gonna go with leant. He leant his forearms of the banister and cocked his head for Xie to follow. Xie moved up beside him. Shu Hao pointed to a series of steps that led to a sheer red curtain at the far end of the gambling hall, falling carefully to hide what must have been a separate chamber. When he is present, he will be found in here. No one is to use that space, and you are never to enter it unless asked to by Chengju or told to by me. If he ever speaks to you, do exactly as he says. Got it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I've never heard of linked, like, like burned versus burnt, or no, leaped versus leapt, like between America and UK. So I wasn't sure if that was their way to do it or not. Where was I? Shellyanne nodded. Yes. Good, Shu Hao said. I doubt we'll see him here for a while. Where does he go? That is none of your or my business. Fair enough. Shu Hao pushed off the banister. I'll show you the upper floors. Shelian was walked upstairs through the private suites. His guess had been correct. They were rooms that could be reserved for a hefty price, and the guests would have their own private servers to wait on them for the duration of their booking. Each suite had its own small bar, currently empty as there were no reservations coming up. But the rooms were pristinely clean and organized. A long table filled each room, with soft, beautiful decorated cushions surrounding each. They wound their way up the remaining stories of increasingly smaller rooms, until ending in a small alcove with a ladder leading up to a closed trapdoor. Thank you, Neko. That will take you to the roof, Shuhao said. You don't need to go up there unless a flag needs repair or some asshole needs chasing off the roof. Shelly, you chased him off the roof. Hopefully, it's not literally right off the roof. Shelly Ann nodded, and they walked all the way back down to the bottom floor. The quiet thud of the wood beneath their feet, a quiet rhythm above the slowly growing chatter below. They wound their way through the hall. They wound their way through the back hallways again, passing the room Shelly Ann was now acquainted with, and led towards the clang and shouts of what he assumed was the kitchen. The last place he needs to be. Kitchen, Shuhao said in confirmation, walking through the door and into the warm haven of the kitchen. It smelled divine, for the most part. Shelian could see 3 people working hard around the space, much of it appearing to be preparation work for the rest of the night ahead. This is our head chef, Lego. A short, stocky man in an apron and plain clothes waved carelessly towards Shelian, knife still gripped in his hand. Hey, he greeted, head tipping briefly towards Shelian, his voice like the rumble of a thunderstorm. He, like Xu Hao, was not wearing a mask, though his face was difficult to parse. Shelian could not have described it or understood what his eyes were seeing if someone held a knife to his throat and demanded an answer. Somehow, though, Shelian was able to sense a feeling of perhaps welcome and slight frustration. It was strange. Over by the sink is Baihua, Xu Hao continued, nodding to a partially translucent ghost at the back. And Yanxuan is by the shelves. Yanxuan, Shelian remembered, had been the woman who had dropped off his meal last night and lived in the rooms beside his. She spared him a brief glance and a loose wave. The other ghost, whose body seemed to shift in and out of visibility, but not corporal, excuse me, corporality. Oh, hold on. Gave him a sharp nod from the sink. I think I've seen corporal let me just check. Y'all know how I be feeling. Morality. Oop, nope, that is not Lord. I can't even type either. Unless there's a letter missing. Hold on. Nope. Corporality, a state of quality of having a physical body. Okay, yeah. Okay, great. Where was I? The other ghost, whose body seemed to shift in and out of visibility, but not corporality, gave him a sharp nod from the sink. They were of middling height and lanky in an unnatural way, with an unusually bald head for someone who appeared so young and ink tattooed on most of the available surface of their skin. The others will meet you as you work here more, Shuhao said, already leaving the room. Xielian followed him out and trotted up beside Shuhao. Is last night's meal was vegetables. Xielian began slowly as they walked through the hall. Is all your food safe for human consumption? Anything we give you will be fine. You're not the first human we've had indentured here, Shuhao said flatly. First one for a while, sure, but it tends to be the backup collateral for higher level bets when Chengju is away. Oh, Shelian breathed out. What did you want anyway? Shuhao asked. Must have been something decent for 6 years. I didn't want anything, Shelian replied. The man who was betting wanted his wife's illness to be cured. Shuhao stopped in his tracks, head snapping around to stare at Shelian. His hair floated in a cloud around his face. It wasn't your bet? No. The frown on his brow deepened. Was the man your friend? Shelian laughed. No, honestly, I forgot to ask him his name. And yet you gave him 6 years of your life, Shuhao said. Are you stupid or are you overconfident? How old are you? Older than I look, Shelian replied with a smile. though it was hidden behind his mask. Hmm, don't cause any trouble here, Shu Hao said firmly. I don't know why you did that, but I promise you, if you step out of line, Chengju will ensure you become nothing but a memory and a smear on the stones outside. I just wanted to help, Xielian assured him. No trouble. Shu Hao laughed, shook his head, and continued down the hall. Hmm, that was the most common response to that sentiment. Xielian was led through another door and down another level to a barely lit room. It was chilly beneath the earth, and smelled of it, damp and dust catching in his nose. The cellar, Shuhao said. You'll need to get familiar with this place. We keep the most popular choices on hand upstairs, but sometimes you'll run out or you'll get a ghost with a fond memory and deep pockets. And Tongju has impeccable taste. We're almost done, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. Xielian was led around the whole cellar, listening attentively to as Shuhao spoke about each bottle and divided section, with some general information on pricing. It seemed straightforward, which was good. He had vaguely worried he would have to deal in odd currencies, but the den seemed to work with coin and precious metal as much of the human world did. It helped that while Shelian had not drunk much alcohol over the years, he had certainly heard a lot about it. There were a number of spirits he recognized as being very popular. He even cited one bottle he knew he remembered his parents drinking before. He paused at it while Shuhao continued into the next row, still talking passionately about rice wines. Shelian stood before it, staring in unwielding emotion at such a buried memory just left out on a dusty shelf in the cellar of a gambling hall in Ghost City. He wondered if it still tasted the same as it had when his parents drank it. He wondered if his parents had enjoyed it. They must have, for him to remember it. He wondered if he would like it. Shelian drew one careful finger over the characters, a once familiar script now appearing so foreign. It hadn't even changed drastically in 600 years, but it had changed. He wanted to cry. Oh, this one here is very popular amongst. Wu Jin, where'd you go? Coming, Shelian called, faking a smile onto his face to push down the feeling. I was admiring some of the artwork on the bottles. There are some pretty things down here, but focus, Shuhao resumed the lesson. Hours had passed by the time the full tour was over. Shelian had seen every room in the building, bar the curtained room reserved for Chengju, and felt he had a fairly solid grasp of the layout. You're going to be working the morning shift until you get a hang of things, Shuhao said. I expect you here at sunrise, and you'll be let off mid-afternoon. What you do in your hours off, we don't care. Just don't get into trouble. If you bring any trouble here, your debt will be extended. Don't eat anything you haven't made yourself from don't eat anything you haven't made yourself from the things the kitchen gives you or that the kitchen has cooked. You owe us 6 years, and we will have 6 years. Death won't do. Death won't end that. Shelian resisted saying that death wouldn't stop him, and instead said, I understand. And don't forget to keep the mask on. Good. Now, go eat and then serve some customers. Lianju will direct you. Xielian bowed and did exactly that. Returning to the kitchen, he was handed a soup filled with fat dumplings and shooed into a corner where a small table and seat were set up. Xielian hid himself in the corner, lifted the mask enough to eat, and lost himself in the warming joy of hot, delicious food. He had to give it to the kitchen of the gambler's den. They were excellent at what they did. Were Shelian a ghost with coin to spare, he would certainly be making a trip here when he could to buy himself a meal. Thank you, he said, leaving his empty bowl by the sink with the rest of the dirty dishes. Baihua, the tattooed ghost he had been introduced to earlier, just nodded to him, their hands fading in and out of existence as they picked up the next stack of dishes and began washing them. Lianju was waiting for him back in the main hall, leaned up against one of the gambling tables and speaking quietly with the croupier with the dragon mask he had seen earlier. Both their masks snapped around to look at him as he moved closer. He thought he heard something whispered between them. Then Lianju stepped away. See you later, Tangu, Lianju said before she approached Xielian, flicking her hair over her shoulder. So, Wujin, time to show you our little role in this place. It's a pretty good job most of the time. As much as I hear, you're here as payment. She tittered to herself. Suddenly, she clapped him on the back, surprisingly firm, and were he not inhumanly strong and an ex martial god, it may have felled him. Her head turned to look at him, a bell tinkling from somewhere in her hair. Oh, not such a pushover then, hey? Good, good. You might last the whole 6 years then. She petted his shoulder twice more, much lighter than before, almost companionably, and began showing him the ropes. Over there is Chun Chun, Lianju said, pointing over to a woman in the den's colors with a fan fluttering in her hand as she spoke to the patron. She was gifted with soft, wide curves and a round face, the top half of which was covered with a mask made of what looked like fresh flowers, but surely couldn't be unless it was superbly spelled, though here that was perhaps possible. It's just us two today, given it's so damn quiet. She'll keep an eye on things while I show you the main stations. Thus, once they made it to the bar he had met her at earlier in the day, I'm going to read that again, just because my cadence was weird. Thus, once they made it to the bar he had met her at earlier in the day, began a second deluge of information. She quizzed him on what Shuhao had covered, what drinks were available, and what costs what, and what currencies and non currencies were acceptable as payment. She reiterated that promises and secrets were not accepted, no matter how a patron begged. But jewelry or gems looked over by Shuhao could be accepted. She ran him through the codes and signs used by the den's staff, indicators of problem patrons or who needed removing as soon as possible, flagging possible cheats and known troublemakers, or just who was being a pain in the ass. When she felt he had heard enough, his mind half swimming with it, she set him loose on the floor. He took orders and payments and tidied up after patrons had left. He made good use of his battle honed senses to keep an eye on the patrons and ensure nobody had truly bad intentions. Lianju had already informed him that some bloodshed and scuffling was normal and acceptable, but all out brawls or complex magics or curses were absolutely not allowed, and the guard stationed toward the middle needed to be alerted as soon as possible. Today, this warrior was a large, heavily built man in solid black robes with red trim and a red unadorned mask that covered just the eyes. He had slightly curled black hair, which was pulled back into a tail. Lianju informed Xielian his name was Jianru Panshi. Yes, the whole idiom. Though staff were allowed to call him Shurga. Looking at him, Xielian thought it was a fitting name. She also told him the two ghosts hired as muscle weren't always here, usually just on busy nights. Nights Hua Chengju was in, and any day they felt might draw in trouble. Apparently, the day after the Zhongyuan festival had a 50-50 chance of drawing in drunken rabble looking for a fight. So far, that had not been the case today. In the end, his first shift ended with surprisingly few mishaps. He only managed to spill one glass and did not so out of sight of everyone, so was able to clean up the mistake before anyone saw. It was, however, mildly chaotic. But Xielian had worked in far worse situations in his life. Taking an order or fetching food and drinks was well within his skill set. Lianju finished her shift shortly before his, leaving him with Chun Chun for a short time. She seemed reluctant to speak with him much, And he left her space enough to go about their own tasks until his time ran up, and the next server, a man with a head and taloned feet and a sparrowhawk, but the rest of his body was human, arrived. Chun Chun had greeted him as Lin Jan. Returning within the corridor walls, Shelian changed back into his own things, picked up a rice bowl of rice and vegetables from the kitchen, and took himself home. Once his meal was eaten, he returned to the window, reopening the wooden panels, and set a cup of water on the sill as he sat and watched the crimson light fade from the sky. Slowly, the clouds parted and vanished over the horizon, leaving Shelian with a starry sky turning above him, exactly the one he was used to seeing every other night before this one. He let out a long breath, feeling the tension that had gathered in his shoulders fall away. We did well, didn't we? Shelian asked Roya, glancing down to his loosely tied inner robes. Roya peeked up and out at him, twisting in an excited dance. Shelian took it as agreement. I think I could like it here, Shelian mused out loud, watching the unceasing bustle of Ghost City below. That is the end of the reading of chapter 1. Lots and lots of pages. And chapter 2 is basically the equivalent. So, that is the end of the reading of Till Our Compass Stands Still by Eden Wolfe. I hope you all enjoyed this opening chapter and that it has intrigued you, that it has piqued your interest. This is a very wonderful read. I would say it's about 2 volumes worth of a story. This, my other volume is in the other room. This is 314 pages. So, more of one of the shorter Seven Seas books. And so the other one is probably approximately the same amount, or it could just be one of those big novels where it's a whole bunch of pages in one book. But this is one of my top TGCF fanfics. Can't read it today because we read this and we read Erha. But what I will do, since I was given permission by this person as well to read like the opening chapter, is just in a separate video, cannot say what day, I will read The King's Dancer fan fiction. This is by Nana8493, and it is 1 book's worth of reading. So I'll let y'all know when that comes up. But yeah, how'd y'all enjoy it? He said, I want more. I need to reread the rest later. Gosh, I wish I had a tablet. Thank you, Mari. You're welcome. This was so good. You had fun. Loved it. Definitely going to read it. Loved it so much. Yes, that is exactly what I wanted. I was hoping that you guys would like it so that you would go on and continue. It's kind of same thing I wanted to do with SBSSS. Like I didn't just want to read a random chapter of something, but something that I felt like might convince y'all to keep reading. So anyway, yeah, that's the reading for today. I guess technically we have covered the entire agenda for today. Doesn't necessarily mean we have to go, but yeah, this was really good. Let me look at my thingamabobbers. But yes, if Megan and Neko, which you said that you received a note field something from me already, Neko, and I honestly do not remember. But if you two don't mind, if you could send me your addresses, then I'll make sure the first volume of Salted Fish gets sent to you guys. I didn't really have it. Oh, it was Guardian. Okay. There we go. So the first book had my notes in it. Okay. Yes. I was like, I don't know. I've given away plenty of books by this point. So I was kind of like, huh? Which one? But I'll make sure Salted Fish gets sent to you guys because this is a series I think deserves to be like in the hands. Yeah. So, do you guys want to chat about anything else or whatever? Or do you have any questions for me while we're still here? I've got nothing going for me today. Probably just going to be a chill day. Reading, more than likely. Hopefully, I can read the other book, Eric Linnaeus, Volume 4, that I was rambling about not being able to keep my eyes open. Not because the book is boring, but because by the time I read it, I really should read it earlier in the day and then I won't have problems. It's 11 p.m. here. Ooh, that's when my day's winding down finally, but I'm still very much awake. um, well, while I wait to see if y'all want to talk about anything or have questions, I do just want to go ahead and have a moment of transparency with you all, which I was going to do in a separate video and I still will because not everyone is going to watch like this live session because so ooh so I just want to let you all know because I was like, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I don't know if it's going to be temporary or permanent or whatever the case may be, blah, blah, snore. But after some deep consultation with myself and just like where my life is going and headed, I do want to say that after we finish Salted Fish, yes, because that technically will be after Ballad of Sword and Wine, because there's one more releasing in October. That will conclude um, my Danmei reading. So technically for YouTube, it will be after we finish volume 8 of QJJ. That will be the end. And then for Patreon, it'll be Salted Fish. I just want to be like honest and true to myself. And I have been finding lately that when I am trying, like when I tell myself, oh, I got to read, it's not that I'm like, to the idea, but I find myself not wanting to anymore because I just want to paint or I just want to draw or I want to study something to like help grow in my craft. And I just think it's so important to just stay true to myself and delegate that time according to what I'm feeling. So the channel will be shifting. I've been trying to implement a little bit now and it's totally fine if like that's not what you were here for because it started off as me reading. I'm totally fine if you go away. But yeah, so I'm going to be posting more art stuff, not as consistently, like what I do with my readings, but this is the transition that's happening and I feel like that this is right for me. So you would still be reading Danmei by yourself, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not thinking necessarily about the plans. I'm trying not to think too far ahead, but I have considered, even if I'm not reading anymore, if maybe just like every now and then I tell you guys like we can come on a stream or I just make a video about a Don May I recently read or a fanfic and be like, these are, like the recaps that I've done basically on you or just expressing like why I love a certain series or something. Don't want to promise something like that, but it is something that I have considered. Um, so he said, okay, no worries. Yeah. We would have painting streams. We would love painting streams. That is something that I want to start doing. I've just been looking at some cameras. Not that the quality is like terrible from my phone, but because I used some app, what is it called? Video.ninja, so that I could have my phone streaming down here while my laptop is still streaming me. And the quality is it's decent. So I'm looking at purchasing some other mini camera that could go overhead. Um, so looking into that, but yeah, we can definitely do some live streams. I would love to do live stream like painting sessions or drawing or whatever it is that you do, but also some other kind of sessions. I don't know. I haven't necessarily gotten through it just yet. Maybe not like demonstrations like for y'all to follow along or anything. I'm not a teacher, an art teacher. I'm still learning myself, but as far as certain things that I have been learning as far as art and the therapy behind it. Maybe we could host some scenes like that as well, some lives like that as well. As a community, we have all lives outside of Don May. It makes sense. We do. Um, Painting streams sounds fun too. Did someone just send me something? Log my Thursday hours on Saturday. Such a random message. I'd love art streams. So you will not read any more Don May after the completion of Copper Coins and QJJ. So it will be after QJJ. Copper Coins is already done. We finished that last Saturday, I think. So we just have volume 8 of QJJ on YouTube, but Patreon is also getting Salted Fish. And that continues on all the way into like November. So where's my thingamabobber? Yeah, volume 3 releases next month, June 16th, and then volume 4 releases October 13th. So we'll be reading that on Patreon on the top 2 tiers, not the lowest tier, and then maybe do like 1 or 2 discussions, live discussions with each other. You'd love some art streams. Yee! Tuesday, October is so far away, right? Also, Tuesday what? Oh, like when we finished, I honestly cannot remember when we finished Copper Coins, but it was definitely maybe last week. It was really good though. I think it was wait, maybe it was Tuesday. I don't know. Where does the time go with these things? Like I just don't be knowing. It was Tuesday. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, we can definitely do some live streams. I was just testing out my camera and stuff like that. So I think I posted like 2 other art videos, just regular. But so yeah, what you guys can definitely let me know if there's, for those who are interested in the shift in the channel, if there are ever any kind of like videos that you would like or streams that you would like to have. This is kind of a new area for me. So wish I could stay more to chat, but I'm getting super sleepy and might fall asleep in a bit. That's totally fine. We've been here for a while and no one really had any questions. So I was just like, going ahead and putting this out there because we're pretty much done. Kuro-san, get your sleep. And thank you again so much for the art. It was so beautiful. I need more art from you. I'm like, give me more, give me more, give me more. Please. Weekend goes by so quickly. I know. Like every time Monday rolls around, I'm like, freak. Like, weren't we just on Friday after my shift was over? Oh, I have a comment on Patreon during the live. Gonna miss you, Mari. Today I finished listening to Thousand Autumns Volume 1 for the 3rd or 4th time while doing some work at home. It's a treasure to have access to. Oh, I'm gonna miss you too. I'm not going anywhere, but I'm gonna miss you too. And I'm so glad to hear that you're reading Thousand Autumns again. Now I'm feeling in the mood to read Thousand Autumns again, but I'm reading three or four different things right now, and I just want to get one more book off of my plate before I put in another. Because the other day I was reading like 5 different things, and I was like, I gotta narrow this down. I'm reading too many things. It's hard. He said, "Thank you. I love drawing. We'll have more for everyone." Yes. But yeah, sleep well. He said, "That's real." But yes, I hope you all sleep well. I hope you all have a beautiful day and or night. I know that for a lot of you, it is nighttime. So I hope you rest well. You're reading Autumns with Romania, her voice and her theories and discussions. Ooh, is that someone on YouTube? Can you put it in Patreon? I'd be interested in seeing how I feel about listening to someone else's voice other than my own. But yeah, thank you all. so much. I know we've dwindled down because we're at the end now, but just thank you all so much for being here, for your support, your kind words of encouragement, the love that you have given, whether it's been verbal, the monetary support, just even like the voting thing that's been happening lately for this competition that I joined that I was not anticipating having voting. Thank you for just everything. Like, you guys have no idea how much y'all have changed my life. For real. So, you're struggling to go through volume 7 in QJJ. Why? What's the struggle? What's the struggle? And is it like boring to you, or you don't want to get through volume 7 because then you'll have to wait for volume 8, or is there something else? I'd be interested to hear before we go. Also, I'm thirsty. Twintian, come. Bye bye, rubies. I'm just waiting for you to comment, Anne. So I can know. Hourly. The heck? Yes. It's some things that keep coming up. I see now. Now that I'm hovering over the comment, I see that it's putting in Twintian, but it shows up as weird characters. An hour. Now I understand why I was so confused earlier. I was like, why are you guys yelling an hour? It's Twintian. Why is it showing up that way? That's so weird. I don't know why it's doing that. But anyway, yeah. I wish, like, what? In that case, you can try SVSSS by Magic. Oh, trust me, I have already listened to them reading SVSSS to me a couple years back, and it was great. I loved it so freaking much. Yes, you started volume 7 a couple days ago. Yes, Magic Potato Obsession did an exceptional job. I really liked the voice for Shunting Chu, especially the switch, from him speaking out loud to being inside of his head and talking like this and everything. It was very funny. It's just nice to see a different interpretation. 20 is an hour and finish. Maybe YouTube was confused or something. Maybe then. Maybe. Couldn't go through reading for a long time, and it takes me time. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. I get it. That's been my issue with this series. It's like I be trying to get through it, but it's hard. The book is amazing. Like, the series is amazing, but it just be hard to get through. Like, I don't know what's going on with me. It's all the reading, I guess. All the reading, but still trying to do everything else. Because, like, I have my regular job and then just everything. Yeah. Everything. That's all I can say. Hold on. So I bought something a couple days ago. There's so much happening in QJJ. I agree. It's hard to keep track sometimes. One second, let me grab this. It can be hard to keep track of sometimes. Like, that's one of the reasons I'm glad that I am reading it, because for some people it might be a little cumbersome to reread it, but maybe it would be easier if you can just re-listen, if you can rewind or something like that, then it might make the process a lot easier when it's like, okay, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? The only thing I can say though is, even though it's a lot happening, I think it was done that way on purpose. I mean, I don't know what the author's thinking, but they're in the middle of a war. Without spoiling anything, it's a war Danmei series. Um, and so I imagine that when war is happening, everything just kind of feels like choo 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 choo. Like, okay, got to figure this out, got to figure that out. What are we gonna do with this? What are we gonna do with that? Who's this new person we got to deal with? Who's that person? So, like, it makes sense to me that everything is just kind of flying off the handle. So I think the romance is definitely part of QJJ, but I feel like the main theme of it is being a Danmei of politics. Like the plot is very important, and we get a beautiful romance out of it. I feel like it was always heading in the trajectory of war, strife, corrupt nobles, and all of that things. I feel like that's always been the important part. You said, wait, where am I? We had a huge thunderstorm today, and it reminded me of QJJ. Also, that rhymes. So it's been raining for us every day for like the past 2 weeks, and I would really like for it to stop. So if anyone wants to take the rain from Georgia, the state, please take it away. They be flirting, right? You said through the whole series, I am just thinking how those two could discuss military while entangled. You know, right? I only wanted to talk about that stuff. The rain and grain. And what does NFS say? Pain and strain and gain and insane, and maybe some sayings in there. Political scheming is foreplay for them. And it's still sad that Lanjo is not getting in better. Yeah, he's not getting any better. And I have a problem because Lanjo is my baby. It's weird. Like sometimes I don't know if I like Xiao Chiyet or Shun Tzuan better, but Shun. So Shun. I'm like, Lanjo, Shun Tzuan. Let's get it together. Okay. I need you to live and I need you to get better because I love you. You are my baby boo. So like, come on. I need this little, let me not say anything. I was about to say something and I was like, whoop, that might be an accidental spoiler. So I stopped let me stop myself. We're not talking. Okay. We're not talking about it. Exactly. The grain and the rain. They finally gave us a. I saw you posted. I didn't look at the map. Unfortunately, I did peek at the character chart, but it was only because, unfortunately, I clicked on the spoiler comment that NFS left, which I should not have done because then I saw it and I was like, let me go see. I was like, I shouldn't have looked at the spoiler. But honestly, it doesn't really make a difference to me just because of how the story has gone. So unless something, if you know what I'm talking about, Cookielicious, if something happens in volume 8 to make that make sense, then like, okay, awesome. But if it's just one of those things where it was just shown in the chart but not in the story, then I'm just gonna be like, so you couldn't show that in the story? You couldn't spare a couple of chapters for that? Because it just won't make sense. Like, I won't feel any kind of joy or anything out of it. Like, come on. Like, come on. All right. It'd be like saying, "Oh, they also had soup in this chapter." Meanwhile, in none of the chapters did we see them having soup and how good the soup was. That's what that would feel like. It's raining here nonstop. You were listening to Shout Your Yeah going into battle in the rain, and it started raining cats and dogs at your place. I thought the battle was going to take place in my garden. Oh no. We are getting an exclusive new chapter for English edition. Can't wait to read it. I have no idea what it'll be about, but I did hear that, and I'm very, very excited for that. I want some pizza, by the way. Just throwing that out there for anyone else who is hungry. I'm actually not hungry. I just know that I will eat, oopsie, at some point in life. So, um, I think pizza is going to be the deal for today because it sounds like a good idea. Also, I wanted to tell you guys, tell you guys, show you guys this journal, sketchbook, whatever that I got from pizza that I got from Hobby Lobby. For anyone who may have a Hobby Lobby in their area, if you're looking for like handmade paper, look for this. You can even look at it on their website. But this paper is like really cool. Let me show you like the outside so you can see like the look of it. But this handmade paper, it just feels like really good. It probably would be great for calligraphy. I have been using it for my art, and I'm not gonna lie, I've been using things in it I probably shouldn't, which is watercolor. I mean, it's not meant for watercolor, but I still make do with it anyway, anyhow. But the paper, it feels really like especially when you touch on the ends, it feels very soft and I don't know, cottony or something. But if you're someone who doesn't like standard sketchbook paper, this this is it right here. Thanks for the pizza mention. Now I'm hungry. I'm sorry. Is that what you want me to say? My bad, sis. I'm sorry. Also, it's time to take these off. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, oh, that's good. It's like after so long, my ears are like, please, please, Mari, let us be. You almost got too lazy to cook today and thought you just ordered pizza, but you endured. I'm ordering that pizza. Didn't I see someone say, give me that? Oh, yes, it was Molly. Give me that. But yeah, this is really, really nice. The earrings aren't heavy, but I guess after several hours they would feel heavy. So my ears were just getting tired. So yeah. But again, I've used ink and watercolor in this book. And actually I want to use charcoal in it one of these days. But we'll see. I don't know. This is what I did yesterday during a little paint session with the group. It was really fun. So I tried to draw each picture in 10 minutes and then paint them in 30 minutes. So I'm sorry, 10-minute drawing for each, like 10, 10, so 20, and then 30, 30, so an hour. But it was fun. So anyway, you made vegetable lasagna with lots and lots of cheese. That is the point. The cheese. The cheese is the important aspect. If it's a veggie lasagna. Thank you, Cookie. I've just been having a lot of fun drawing in this book. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It might be my new thing. Forget watercolor paper. Who knows? I really like your watercolors. Would like to try some paintings. I would like to try some paintings I have. Question mark? Why a question mark? But thank you. I'm still learning how to do them in this book because it's not watercolor paper. It's I don't know what kind of paper it is. I'm being 100% honest. So like learning when it's too much is a thing, but also the ink that I'm using, it does bleed, but I refuse to switch the pen that I'm using to like the non-bleeding kinds. So the watercolor will mix with the pen and that creates an effect of its own or even sometimes like darkens the colors, but I'm okay with that. Yeah. And sometimes I try to paint first and then add pen later, but it's really fun. Cheese is the best. I love cheese so freaking much. Like I've calmed down on it a lot. I don't eat it a lot, but I love it a lot. That's all I can say. I love your watercolors too. I love the way you see color in them. Thank you. I try to see like the color behind the color, I suppose, if that makes sense. Like, that was one of the things I learned in my mentorship. Like, if I look at myself, I have brown skin, obviously, but it's like instead of just painting myself brown, maybe in like an area that's over here shadowed or something, it feels like it's bouncing off. Like some of this color might be mixed in there, or like here I might add a little bit more purple or something. Or like here where it's shining, maybe a little lavender or some kind of light pink or something. So I try to see color underneath the exact color that's being seen, because I feel like it adds a lot of character. Not to say that things that just use like one straight of color lack character, but it just, to me, it adds a different character. Um oh, you meant if I would like to try some? ah, yes. If I would like to try some of would like to try some paintings I have. Wait, I still need clarity though. Would I like to try some what? Some of your, like, do you have pictures and you want me to paint them? Well, that's intimidating. Um just elaborate on what you mean, because that might change my answer. That might change my answer very heavily. But for now, I'm gonna say yes. Yes. To whatever it is you're offering. This is a fun little curve. Mm, that's a very loud crunch. Can y'all hear that? What is it you want me to try, Molly? All right. Mari ASMR. Forget the non-made, forget the art. We're just gonna do ASMR. How's that? Mari Food Channel. Ooh. Ooh, a ceramic palette. That rhymed. Mari, don't scare people. If I scare people, who's like, I'm not trying to be scary. If it happens, it happens. As Mari said. Yeah, that only. Oh, if you send me some of your pictures and I paint them. Um I mean, we could give it a shot. Yeah, we could give it a shot. Are you in our Discord? Or I guess you could post, like, if you want, post any pictures you have in the community, and then you can tag me. I'll take it from there and see what I can or cannot do. Because, like I said, me is not an expert. I have been painting since officially started since January of last year. So I've still got a lot of learning to do. And even though I have drawn like on and off in my life, I'm also not a professional drawer. Is that a word? Drawer. So I'm needing to look at some of these classes my company has and learn to get better. So you would be seeing my journey. But yeah, you can post them in the community. If you're not part of the Discord, I'll go ahead and oh, invite you. Copy. Okay, there was a Discord if you want to join. You said, "Nah, Mari is too sweet for scaring people." Anyone? I don't know. I think I could be scary. I could. I could be scary. Yeah. Mm-hmm. maybe not. Yeah. So anyway, I don't want to keep rambling on here because we're literally not even talking about anything at this point. So, to my knowledge, the next live will be salted fish discussion. Um, I will send you on Insta. Oh yes, you do have Insta. You can send it to me on Instagram. The next live sessions we do, mm, I'm not sure because I'm recording volume 1 of Salted Fish, and then I'm gonna record volume 2 and start recording volume 3. So it'll be a second before we do volume 3 discussions because I don't want to start reading volume 3 and then we have live discussions and then also be reading the previous volumes at the same time. Like I just don't want to jumble my brain up like that. So when it comes to Thrice Married to a Salted Fish volume 3, let's not schedule anything, but at the earliest, we can look at discussions for that in July, maybe in July. Yeah. Yeah, because the book comes out in June, but I still need time to finish recording volume 1 and volume 2 and then actually start volume 3. Um I couldn't make you fear me? I can't? And I could. I could. I've got scissors. What about now? You have to agree with Ritu. I enjoy listening to your audiobooks. This is how I interact with your channel mostly. I find your voice to be soothing. It is like listening to a family member tell a story that they enjoyed. I'm glad to hear it. That's all I ever wanted was hopefully for me to not only read it well, but to actually sound good while reading. Because it would suck if I had a very annoying voice. You agree with Ritu? Wait a minute. All of y'all cannot be agreeing with Ritu. Like, listen now. I can be scary. Just give me a moment to make a serious expression and not to be laughing. But I can be scary. Okay, I can be intimidating. I'm a very scary person when I want to be. Yeah. Um. So looking forward to you reading Thrice Married. So enjoyed your commentary so much. I enjoyed reading the books way more than I expected. Oh, because Salted Fish is just so good. Yes. So just because I don't know how long you've been on here, but Salted Fish will be exclusively for Patreon. But I think I'll release maybe like the first 6 or so chapters on YouTube just to give people a taste of it so they can know if they want to continue reading or if they want to hop on over to Patreon, then they can. But it was part of their exclusives for the. Okay, scissors not be helping. I might not be talking much, but when I do. Apparently, everyone agrees. Look, we got Ritu is typing in the comments via everyone else now, apparently. The one thing I am still confused about, you'll record in the Patreon and stop on YouTube, only some live discussions or live streams here. So the recordings for QJJ will be on both platforms. All of the recordings for Salted Fish are for Patreon. That's their exclusive. Like I read SVSSS for them and it's strictly on Patreon. And then when it comes to the sessions of reading, there won't be any live streams of me reading Salted Fish. That's just going to be a straight read through, again, like I did with SVSSS. I just read it. I didn't share my thoughts or anything because for volumes 1 and 2, we already had a book discussion, those live sessions. For volume 3, I'm thinking I'll read half of the book, have it recorded, and then we can have a live session on it after I give people time to like listen, and then do the second half and we can have another live discussion. But as far as like reading a few chapters, coming live, a few chapters coming live, I just don't know if I would have the time or bandwidth to do that. So, but I still want us to talk about it. So that hasn't been ironed out yet. Um So on YouTube, what's happening, which it'll be happening on Patreon as well, is just the shift in the channel. It's going from Don Maid to art. So that there are no dates for like anything, but as far as just like uploading stuff, I'll upload a video here and there. We'll start having live sessions of doing art together, and Patreon also is part of that. So that's what's happening. Hopefully I cleared that up. It sounded a little jumbled to me. You also agree with the fact that, oh, thank you. I don't know. Now I'm feeling like I'm just speaking y'all to sleep. Like, Mari's voice is so soothing. Plot? What plot? Sleep. That's the vibe I'm getting. You love when I voice characters like Yenny or Sheshan. Look, those two distinctly have very similar voices. I felt like they were giving similar energy, you know? Feng Xiao was in there too, but they give the same energy, no lie. It is a daily dose of mental peace after an exhaustive day. Oh, oh, thanks, Molly. That's so kind of you to say. I like the discussions, but yeah, makes sense. Yeah, for what I'm trying to do in life, it would just be way too much. Like, okay, let me read 6 chapters. Okay, let us go live. Like the stuff I did before, I don't have the time for or the mind to do it anymore. Do you have any plans after these books are completed? You what plans? Like Donmei plans or just literally plans in general? It's a relaxed vibe, like reading with a close friend. Oh, okay. All right. I know some of y'all be going to sleep to me reading though. Generally. Um, well, I actually plan on spending more time doing studies. So for my job, we're an online art platform where we have artists teaching so many different things from watercolor to oil painting to drawing to charcoal, color pencil, even though some of those areas are a little less than others. And I plan on taking the time because I have access to every single bit of it. I plan on taking some of those classes and just like watching the recordings so that I can strengthen my skills. And that's just something that's really hard to do right now when I'm reading. So, um, that's something I plan on doing in general. Um, any other plans? Going to Disney World in the last week of August because it has always been my childhood dream to go. And while I have been to Epcot before, like 2 years ago, we're finally going. It'll be my husband and my 10-year anniversary. So we're going to Disney World so that I can go to all the parks and experience life as a child. And an adult, because Epcot is definitely more geared for the adults. Any other plans though? No, no plans. Just to live life and draw and paint a whole bunch. Pretty much. I do still intend on reading a lot as well. And yeah, I would like to do like a little vacation of like 3 or 4 days where I go somewhere and just chill and go out and see sights, take pictures and draw and stuff and paint again, but somewhere that's like a solo trip. I've never done one of those before, and it's something I would like to try. It just depends. Um, I know I'm going to Virginia in June to visit my sister, who I miss so very much. And my dad's paying for my ticket. So, yeah. Do you have any plans after these books are completed? Any more plans after these books are completed? Mm, I I get too into the story. Oh, sometimes you be taking a little doze and sometimes not. Sometimes you use it to induce dream fanfics. What? That's so crazy. You said you're so excited for me. I'm so excited too. Like, I've been dying to do this. I've been dying. You're just confirming if you're going to lose your mental peace. Well, Molly, the only thing that I can say is that I am not leaving this channel. So even though it is shifting, I'm not leaving. So if Danmei is your source of peace, then you will have to find somewhere else. But if it was the community here and possibly me, then I'll still be here. The other thing that I can say is, yes, well, it's gone in the comments. I can put the Discord again so that you can join our community because I'm not getting rid of that. Also, just I think it's important to have more than one source of peace. So if Danmei is your peace, I think that's a lovely thing. But if you can find another area to get that peace, I think it would be great. And honestly, like I don't know what you're doing as far as creative arts and stuff is concerned, but maybe you can find peace even in art because art is something that is very healing to the mind and even the body. It's been scientifically proven at this point that it is very helpful for mental health. So that is something that maybe you could look into that would be a source of peace, whether you stay here on my channel as we evolve or you do something in your own time, go somewhere else. But I do hope that wherever you go, whatever you do, that you would have peace, and that the peace is something that would come from within rather than something external, but the external thing would just add to it. So, my greatest wish for you is that you have that peace on the inside. And, um, ugh, I'm sorry is the most that I can say. Um, about stopping reading, and I know that my channel and reading Danmei has been very helpful for a lot of people because a lot of people have told me that, and making this choice has been, like, the most difficult thing for me, um, and I just feel like in some ways I'm letting a lot of people down, but I have to follow the path that I'm supposed to take, um, and not I had to be true to myself, and I feel like I would be doing a disservice if I continue to do something that I don't have the passion or zeal for, just to appease people. So, I do apologize for starting something up for you, and then, like, I'm not gonna be doing that anymore, but I do hope that you find peace within, um, or that you already have it and you don't lose it. And again, you're more than welcome to join our Discord. If you would like a community of people to have with you. Um, it's not a big Discord either. So like we don't even have 100, we don't even have 75 members. Um, so it's not like it's going to be filled with a bunch of people that are just random dandoms that you don't know. You can get to know these people. We know each other by name. We know what to expect from one person versus another. So that's all I can say in that regard. Love you, Ritu. Okay, yes. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, by the way, Ritu. Yes, Neko is reading Dinghai. Yes, we have a reading channel actually on our Discord where anyone who wants to can volunteer to read. And right now, it's Neko who's reading that. Those are not recorded though. Like it's not being posted up. I think they just have like live reading sessions together that are scheduled. Animal Kingdom was awesome when you were 8. Oh, I can't wait to go. I just need time to speed up. I've never wanted to speed up so bad. If I go to Epcot at the end of August, the Food and Wine Festival may be going on. Really? Starts we'll be there. I will, okay, because we're going. August 23rd through August 31st. No, August 30th. Yeah, it's a full 7-day trip where we stay at our resort, and we chose to stay in Florida. So you said there are some channels reading Don May. Yup. Oh, if you're here, then that's what counts. Yay. Oh, I do art. I have a bunch of paintings myself. Oh, you're into charcoal art. Well, that's really nice. I admire anyone who could do charcoal art because it's it's not easy. It's fun. Like I've been getting into it a little bit and I really like to mix it with watercolor and stuff, but I just admire it so much and I like the mess of it. That's pretty much one of the few times I like mess on my fingers. Otherwise, I am like super um I don't know, sensitive about foods on my fingers. Like I hate eating foods that I have to eat with my hands and I use literally just these two fingers because when I get, I'm like, it's on all my others. So I think that's so awesome. But yes, I am going to be here. Like I'm not disappearing because we are a family. Okay. And so those who want to stay will stay and we will transition together. And those who want to, I won't even say leave because most people they don't leave. They just like stop coming. Like no one people usually don't unsubscribe from YouTube channels. They kind of just stop watching or something like that. But yeah, I'm not going away. The point is for us to still have a community. So yeah, I can't wait to see more of your art because I know you've sent me art and stuff before like that. So also you have my email, my Mari Chan email. So you are always welcome to reach out to me if you want to. I respond every time you do. So yeah, because I think that's you. Because it's the same. I could be wrong. Disney World sounds so fun. It does. There are several. I'm still hunting for more too. Yeah, and then I know like the other thing is once you get used to a certain voice, sometimes it could just be like, going to another voice. So I get that aspect as well. Have if maybe like some people have gotten used to my voice and then it's like an adjustment of having to go listen to somebody else. But shoot, that's how I felt when reading the Arha fanfic because I got used to listening to Brittany's voice and I was like, how am I going to voice Chuaning in Wonderland? I don't know because I was used to the deepness of Chuaning's voice, which there was no way I could just do that the whole time. So anyway, Neko needs to open up a YouTube channel for sure. Only if they want to is all I'm gonna say. It's something that definitely takes time and commitment. Left off on chapter 42. Ooh, y'all making it pretty far. How long have y'all been reading it? You love the sentiment of yours of not being a people pleaser. I really like and respect that kind of mentality and all. Love you. I love you too. And I did not always have that mentality. I grew up as a people pleaser because the first person I wanted to please was my mother, and I felt like I never could. I also wanted to please my father and my stepfather and felt like I never could. And so I just lived a life of trying to do so, but not being able to accomplish that. But by the time you get to 31, you just even though you know certain decisions you make make some people mad, might annoy some people, might even make some people sad, you have to just go with what's right for you. Because I'm the one living my life, not anybody else. So it's better if I remain at peace with what I'm doing than lose that peace trying to appease others. So yeah, it wasn't always that way. I used to be a big people pleaser, usually for the adults around me. Even as an adult, still need to watch the interactive art video. I hope you like it. Um, I think I have another one actually coming up tomorrow and showing a demonstration of one of my paintings to go along with tips because someone had commented in a video that they would like to know how to get their ideas from here onto the paper. So I did a painting. I gave 3 tips and I did a session for the first tip. I just got to do a session for the next few tips. But yeah, it was actually, I posted the picture in Discord. But yeah, I hope you enjoy it. You said there's not that many of us reading with Neko. Yeah, I know it's a really small group. It would be fun to have more people join. I wish I could have joined from the beginning, but now it's too late for me. It's too late because I'm reading other books and I don't even have the Dinghai books and I would want to like grab them, but I would have to like try to catch up. And I don't have catch up time. I have mustard. That's it. Uh Last reading was just me and Neko. Ah! I think I saw that one day and I was like, "Oh, they're live." And I was like, "Oh, that's a small bundle of people." Just 2 or I think at the time I saw it was 2 or 3. If you continued reading Don May in YouTube and your heart wasn't in it, it would show. Yeah, it would show. And that's the main reason why I don't wanna continue. Like, I wanna finish QJJ. Vroom vroom. I want to finish QJJ and I want to read Salted Fish and have that finished out. But after that, I'm like, no, I can't do anything else because it would show. For example, like when I read Astrolabe Rebirth, it showed. It showed so much that I had someone email me about it and I had to delete the chapters because after some reflection, I was like, shoot, I don't want anyone to have a bad experience. I was like, nope, we're deleting this. We're not doing this. And I never want anyone's Donme experience to be bad because of me um, not enjoying doing something. Will I be reading Legend of Exorcism by myself? Yeah, I got only have 3 books, but yeah, I got the books. I just don't know when I would read. Where or how do I find to join the readings with Neko on Discord? She has yeah, just message her and she'll add you to the role so that you'll get the notifications every time she's gonna go on the stream, live stream with them in Discord. Because we have multiple groups. We have her reading group, we have the hand, which is all the artistic people who want to do our art prompts weekly. You'll join next week if you continue reading down. Oh, I already read that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Will you do? I saw that one too. It's been you and Neko sometimes too. It's a good series so far. Yeah, I really want to get into Legend of Exorcism because I just hear so many great things about Fei Tian Yes-yang when it comes to ancient Chinese danmei, which of course Astrolabe was meh, and River Bay Roadside was a letdown when it came to volume 2 and the last few chapters. So I want to see how they do with ancient Chinese writing and stuff. Um, you say you love reading Ding Hai. Can't type? It's okay. Sometimes we all can't type. I do plan on also reading Twin Jades of Jiangdong. Yeah, that is something I want to read. Even though I know it's not Danmei, I do want to read that just to see. It's a short series, and if I could just read like a short series, that would give me a taste, and maybe that would get me more pumped for LOE. So I actually plan on buying that series. First volume of both of those waiting for me in a post. Having a blast. You only read one chapter. Hey, did you like ow? Did you like the chapter? Because sometimes a chapter can like really do it for you. It's much fluffier and great. Ah, okay. Great than some. It's great. Okay. I can't wait to read it. He said it was fine. It was all right. I'm not kidding. It was Daijibu desu. That's how I read that comment. It was Daijibu. I think I'll listen to the official audiobook of LOE. Actually, that might be a good idea into getting me a taste. But it also might be a bad idea because then the rest won't be available. And I find that whenever I listen to the audiobook of something first, when the audiobook is not complete, then I have to read it with my eyes. It slows down my reading progress a lot. Yes, there is. Actually, that's exactly what happened with the Eric Linnaeus series I'm reading. Still very good, but the first two volumes had an audiobook, and I flew through that. And then after, I was like, oh man, I gotta use my eyes for sure now. So I'm like, dang. Let me see. Legend of Oopsie. Exorcism audiobook. I'm mostly not a fan of audiobooks. Kind of just depends on the voice, really, is where I'm at. Here you go, Vigo, the link for the audiobook. You just like my readings. Thanks. I wish I could like split myself in two and then everything would be fine. Actually, I don't know because maybe the other me would be upset that I'm the one painting and drawing and they're not. So never mind. I don't want to split myself in two because then I'd be jealous of myself, like a lot of our Danmei gongs. I don't want to be jealous of myself. Yeah, that sounds weird. Yeah. That sounds so weird. But yeah, Molly, don't forget to send me those pictures, whatever pictures you have, and I will see what I can do. But I make no promises in making good art because, like the meme says, "Oh, you're an artist, huh? Are you any good? Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit." And that just might be the case. The self jealousy is just like, dude, gain some self awareness. It's you. You're the one. So, but anyway, we are at 4 hours and 26 minutes. So, wow. I do think that after, um, I'm hoping that after I finish this Eric Linnaeus season series, that I can start. I want to start another Danmei. I just don't know if I want to start a new one or start like the second novel of one I'm already reading. Like I still haven't gotten to volume 2 of The Wife Comes First. It's just sitting there like, so you're just not gonna read me? Did you not like the first book? Did I not hear you rave about me? And I'm like, I'm coming. I'm coming, I promise. I am. There's just a lot going on right now. So you said, huh? Yes, it's been 4 hours. I don't know why it's been over 4 hours. Why are we still here? Why are y'all still here? Y'all should be like, Mari, go away. They're like, no, please don't go away. Um, time passed by very quickly. Yeah, to me, it still feels like early this morning because the sky looks the same, which is gloomy. The sky looks gloomy. So I'm just waiting for it to rain. That's it. But anyway, do y'all have any more questions for me? I know Molly got your questions answered. I definitely don't want to leave without answering anybody's questions, whether they're this channel related or literally anything else related. It could be about what I'm gonna eat for dinner. Pizza, obviously. I don't think so. Okay, Vico has no questions. They think. Mari! I just found you and have been reading along with Devil Venerable and just wanted to say hi. I love reading along with you. Haha. Coming from Jaden Graham. Well, hi, Jaden. My little sister's name is Jaden. So nice to see you, Jaden. Okay. I'm glad that you just found me and you're reading Devil Venerable. That is a very, very good read. I hope you enjoy it because it is exceptional. Yeah, you can just ask in Discord. You just Sigrid, you just what? Enjoy your pizza? Yeah, I had to buy the pizza first. But that's the problem, is where to buy the pizza from because mm-mm. I just need my husband to come home so we can go get the pizza from where I want to get it from. Devil Venerable is definitely in the top 5. Wait. Hold on. Let me not misspeak. Devil Venerable is swear. Bruh, it's in 6th place. I feel like that's not fair to Devil Venerable. It should be in 5th place until I finish Thrice Married to a Salted Fish. That so Devil Venerable is now in top 5. Okay. It's QJJ and Thousand Autumn sharing the number 1 spot. Yuwu, SVSSS, Peerless, Devil Venerable also wants to know. That is where we are. Oh, now that I have finished Copper Coins, I can actually unhighlight it and figure out where I want to place it on my list. Actually, no, I think it's fine where it is. Yeah. Did you complete Devil Venerable reading? Me or the person that or Jaden? Because I definitely finished it. It's all there. Where do you usually get pizza from? See, that's the issue because the closest place we have is Domino's, but the one where we live sucks. So if I get Domino's, we have to go to the place further away. But I prefer to get pizza from this Johnny's New York style pizza or something like that because they have really good pizza. I would prefer regular pizza compared to New York style, but Atlanta and surrounding areas just really isn't known for its pizza selection. So I don't really have that many exceptional options. We also have a place called Crust and Craft Pizza not too far away, but I hate their delivered pizza. Like I have to have it there because by the time it gets here, it's just I don't know what's been happening, but they do more like specialty pizzas. So I love their birria taco pizzas or their taco supreme pizzas when I'm feeling fancy dancy. But I take pizza very seriously. And I get mad when my pizza's not good. So I can't even get it delivered because I'm like, no, we got to go to the spot so I can have it fresh and to it peak taste. Okay. But yeah, a lot of times I just get it from Domino's because that's one of the better options. We have Marco's Pizza. Ooh, sometimes it's just kind of hit or miss with that one. But yes, I did complete Devil Venerable. That was something we read mid last year. I separated it into 2 volumes, but the official translation apparently is separating it into 3 volumes. I think the fan translation was actually pretty close, at least thus far, to the official, because I did listen to like the first page and a half of the fan translation that I read, and then read what was in the book. And there were some differences, but I think that they're pretty close to each other. Um, Not close enough for me to listen and read at the same time. They're still different enough. But yeah, I finished it. It's really, really good. It is on Patreon. Megan. No, put salty fish there. That's so real. Mari, yay. Ooh. I'm solely just reading these comments. Domino's is just 3 streets away from where you live. Oh, wow. But their pizza here sucks. Yeah, their pizza it's not exceptional. I used to love it a lot when I was in college. But now I'm kind of like, it's all right. But this location near us, they don't be doing it right. I don't know what they're doing, but they're not doing it. What I meant to write is thank you. I just read the Captive Prince trilogy. And for me, it's now Thousand Autumns, QJJ, and Captive Prince sharing the first place. Didn't Brittany read Captive Prince? Or am I tripping? I think I'm right. Oh yeah, I need to change this whole list around. This is crazy. Also, it's taking me forever. Okay, they did. Okay, yeah. Taking me forever, but I promise y'all, I am working my way through Pursuit of Jade. And after I finish Pursuit of Jade, I'll finally get to Kill to Love, Cookielicious. But it's been taking me so long. Oh my gosh, I'm embarrassed by how long it's taking me because I used to devour C dramas. Like now, I'm kind of like, nibble, 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 put it away for a few weeks, nibble, 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 put it away for like a month, nibble, nibble, nibble. Or no, take some like large bites and put it away again. I don't know what's happening. I'm trying to get it together. I really am. Let me. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know what this is. Looks like spam. You'll have to excuse me. I was checking my their pronouns. Are they? Oh, I didn't know. Well, I don't know what the pronouns are, but generally speaking in English, they or them is a pronoun. Like you don't just use that for how people identify themselves, but you can use it when you don't know the gender of someone. So, short little grammar lesson. But yeah, if you don't know someone's gender, then you can say they or them. So, like, I don't know, some instance, let's just say you saw someone walking and then they got mugged by someone, but that person had a mask on and you could not tell from the build who they were. Then when you tell the police, you would be like, they snuck up behind this woman and stole her bag. So, because you don't know if it's a he or she. So you say they. What Mari said. Yeah. Yep. So I just use that whenever I don't know, I'm just like, okay. They said when I watched them, they did this or that, and then figure out later. But I don't think it's like a question for me to be typing in the comments like, hey. So yeah, that's just a vague English reference. Okay. Now is officially the time when I say we are going to go bye-bye. Until they announce, I am not going to assume. Yeah. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, well, just say our goodbyes and loves and stuff now because I'm like, okay, we really do need to get off this live session because we're not even talking about anything now at this point. So yeah, we will go now, Freya. So yes, love you so much. Thank you for joining in, everybody. This has been really fun. Um, oh man, that's nice. That used to be me, Mole. But yes, thank you all for joining me to celebrate 2,000 subscribers, 2,000 peak disciples. And I will see you all again sometime. Well, not live, but tomorrow for whoever watches the video. Have a beautiful day and or night. And as always, what Eineman. Okay. See y'all in Discord. Yes.